Lights they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures they can get so bitter. Show you want to until you can turn back. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide. You decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse. You know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just take it out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse. You know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just take it out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. Not just take it out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Some words till the coffin's in the third. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion. Well, hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Sound check, sound check. Does everything sound good? Can you hear me? I see chat is already full. Oh my goodness, all you beautiful people. This is weird doing a Sunday evening for Mandy. It's not dark outside yet. Let's see. We have Amanda and Mona and Eve and Sally, Miss Sally, and Chris Miller. Hey, Jude. Be a light. Hello. Good to see you. Hair curlers in crime. Welcome, welcome. Just scrolling through here. I'm so excited to see everybody here. Oh my goodness. Isn't this weird? Like, tell me this is weird. This is weird. Mandy's live during the daytime. Thank you, Sally. I am doing well. I'm a little tired from last night, still being live, like until 6:30 in the morning. That was, yeah, last night's live was amazing. It was completely detoured and I loved every second of it. So I loved it. It was a great live. If you have not seen it, definitely go back and watch it after we get done here. We kind of reviewed a little bit about Michael Vaughan's case. And that's what this live is about. It's about one of the 4 suspects, Brandon Shurtliff. His girlfriend, Misty Miller, did an interview with Samantha on PNW Crimes channel.
And her link is in the description box, and I'll put it in chat. Make sure that you're subscribed to Samantha, because she is also going to have Brandon's previous boss on her panel on Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So it's 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, and 6 p.m. Pacific, I think. Okay. I think. But, oh no, Chris. Yeah, the notifications, like, come on, YouTube, get your shit together. Jeez. It was late last night. I don't think that we actually started the live until it was like midnight. I mean, it was late. And then maybe it was after midnight. Maybe it was like 1:00 in the morning. It was late, but then we were live for almost 6 hours, and it was 6:30 in the morning, I think, when we ended, somewhere around there, 6 something. I know the birds were chirping. Okay. I heard the birds chirping, and I was like, okay, we got to end this. So, I had a little struggle this morning waking up. I was like, I couldn't keep my eyes open. It was so bad. So it was late. Hi, Aussie True Crime. Hello, sweets. But it was good. So Tammy and I started. Tammy's going to be here too. Tammy is picking up her Walmart order right now, and when she gets back home and gets everything put away, she's going to hop on panel with us. And we're only going to do a couple hours this evening. It is a school night. My daughter took my granddaughter over to a friend's house, so we have a couple hours right now where my house is kind of quiet. You might hear the dryer in the background, but other than that, the boys are being quiet. So my husband and my son are the boys. My girls are my daughter and my granddaughter. So they're being quiet, and they're doing their own thing right now, enjoying our Sunday evening. And here I am, spending my time with you guys, and you guys are here with me. I appreciate it so much. You could be any place right now, and you are right here. Time is so precious. If one thing we have learned from covering true crime cases is you never know. You never know how short life can be. So I appreciate that you're here with me right now. And this is about, like I said, Michael Joseph Vaughan. Let me pull this up so I can share this. I want to show you. So I threw some stuff into Canva. Since I scheduled this last minute and I was trying to get everything together for this live stream, I'm still not finished yet, but I have 2 pages of pictures that I want to kind of show. My favorite, Pickles. How you doing, Pickles? Pickle me, Elmo. All right, let me get it up here. Okay. I have to share it and present it. Add to stage. There we go. And we're going to make it bigger. Okay, so this is Monkey Michael Joseph Vaughan. He was 5 years old when he was abducted from his own neighborhood in Fruitland, Idaho on July 27th, 2021. Now, if you watch part 1, Misty Miller said something that really pissed me off. When she was talking about Brandon, she said that he is a sweet, innocent little boy too. Those were her exact words. Exact. Okay. And that made me irate. Like I was telling my family about it today because it really pissed me off that bad. Brandon is a grown-ass man. This is a sweet, innocent little boy. This is a sweet, innocent little boy. Not a grown-ass man who has a child of his own, who is a suspect in a murder case of a child. So that's where we started with the interview. So we're going to continue listening to the interview today, but I just want you to see his face. If you know anything that could help Monkey's case at all, there's a tip line, find Michael at fruitland.org. And then there's also the phone number. I don't have it memorized like Samantha does. She is amazing and has it memorized. Hi, Grammy. Look, chat. Oh, Witchy Mama chat's filling up more. Hold on here. I don't want to miss anybody. Julia. Hello, Julia. All right. If I missed you, say, hey, bitch, I'm right here. You missed me. Hey. So, yes, make sure that you are subscribed to Samantha, please. She is over there doing the most right now for Monkey's case. I mean, she is sharing new information, and if she's not sharing new information, she's reviewing the old information. So definitely make sure that you are subscribed. So even if you know about Monkey's case, it's still interesting to review the stuff that we've already learned. I think it's just very helpful. Very helpful. So I think this one has the phone number on it. Maybe. Yes, it does. Okay, I want these pictures to be seen because this is a sweet, innocent little boy. That was when I started going through collecting these pictures for this. I was like, how can you compare Brandon shithead, and that's me being nice, to this child? You just can't. Oh my goodness. Okay. You can contact, here it is. Let me make it bigger so we can all see it. 208-642-6006. Please contact law enforcement if you know anything about this baby boy. Please. Hey, bitch, hey. Thank you, Sally. And Eve was here all night with us last night. Grammy H was with us all night last night. Witchy Mama was here with us. You guys, I'm serious, like amazing rock stars, okay? Rock stars. Oh, look, Nightbot's with us tonight, or this evening. Nightbot took the night off last night. He was out doing the most elsewhere. So I'm glad he could join us this evening. So this is Monkey right here. All of these pictures. This is the face of a sweet, innocent little boy. This. Not any of these people. These are the 4 suspects. This is Adrien Lucien. This is Brandon Shithead and his mom, his mommy. Let's do it this way. This is not a sweet, innocent little boy. I just needed to make that perfectly clear. I have pictures of all 4 of these shitheads. This is Sarah, Wondra. This is Adrien Lucien. This is Brandon Shurtliff. And this, oh my goodness. This is Slobby Stacey Wondra, Sarah's magical husband. These are the 4 suspects that hold the answers to what happened to Michael Joseph Vaughan. Thank you, Aussie. Thank you. Samantha made the live like perfect last night. I'm so grateful Tammy came up and we were able to get started on the interview. But then Samantha came up and she answered a lot of questions. Samantha's in communication with Brandon, with Brandon's girlfriend, soon to be ex-girlfriend, whatever they are right now, Misty. And she's also, like I said, in contact with Brandon's previous boss, Daniel, and he is going to be coming up on her panel on Monday. So law enforcement came to see him in March, and he's going to be sharing the information that he learned from law enforcement in March. So make sure, like I said, that you are subscribed to Samantha's channel, and make sure that you're subscribed to Miss Tammy's channels. Those are both of hers. And I'm going to put Aussie's channel in here and Eve's channel. They're both in here. Amazing, beautiful people with the beautiful channels here. Okay, spread the love, right? All right, so these are just some of the pictures, like I said, that I got uploaded. I have more behind here. There's so many pictures. Brandi and Tyler have been so generous with sharing all of their beautiful memories that they have with this little boy, this gorgeous, handsome, sweet, innocent little boy. I think he looks so much like his daddy in this picture right here. And he looks so much like his mama in this picture here. I mean, just breaks my heart. But I just wanted to be able to show his face more, because last night I didn't have anything prepared to show like this. And so I want his face to be seen. I want the love that his family has for him to be shown through these images that we have. And I want Brandon to go talk to law enforcement and tell them the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth. Brandon holds answers. And he needs to tell law enforcement those answers that he knows. This is ridiculous. So we were talking about Stacey and Sarah and their social media and stuff last night. And this was Sarah's Facebook post. On August 2nd, 2021, Sarah and Wondra posted Monkey's missing flyer and said, "Boy missing from around my neighborhood. Please help find him." With a bunch of exclamation marks. Hi, Sarah. Welcome back. Butterfly kisses. Hello. Absolutely, Sally. They all four know something. Okay, so I ran through last night what I believe each one of them know. Okay, so we'll start with Sarah. Sarah knows everything. From beginning to end, in my opinion, Sarah knows everything. She knows what happened on July 27th, 2021, between 6:45 and 7 p.m. when Monkey was abducted from his own neighborhood, in my opinion. Stacey Wondra, her husband. Let me go down here so we can see him. So this is Sarah here. This is just one of many pictures that I have put on here for Sarah. I have more underneath these. We'll get to them. So Sarah's husband, Stacey, this picture, this big picture here in the center, this is Stacey. Slobby Stacey is what I call him. He made his rounds all over YouTube. He became a panel whore because he wanted money. He was homeless. He was living in a shelter. He was renting a room from a woman that he destroyed her room in the week that he lived with her. He's a slob. He's a piece of shit, in my opinion. He also knows everything that happened on July 27th, 2021, when Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted from his own neighborhood. He knows everything up until the point where they buried him in their backyard. I believe that's where his knowledge stops. I believe Sarah and Brandon Shurtliff removed Monkey from their backyard and placed him elsewhere. So Brandon Brandon holds answers to where Monkey is today, in my opinion. Yes, I do too, Sally. I do too. I believe that Sarah said, "Hey, Brandon." And he said, "Yes, dear." I mean, they were already boinking. Brandon was trying to get Sarah pregnant with Stacey's blessings. And allegedly, Stacey was boinking Adrien too. She was boinking anything she could boink that came into the house. And Brandon and Adrien were strays. Sarah and Stacey were living in Sarah's parents' home, one of them. Her parents lived right around the corner from this house that they lived in. And they would bring strays into the house, homeless people that they found behind dumpsters, literally. Hi, Cher. See, Chris said he didn't get the notification when I went live last night. YouTube sucks on notifications. I'm glad you're here, though. Cher's going to be live tonight, too, right? Tammy said something about you are going live this evening. Let me... There's Cher's channel and Mr. Mark's channel. Make sure you're subscribed. So, I believe Brandon knows everything, just as Sarah knows everything. Sarah's in prison right now. She's not talking. She's been in prison since November of 2022. She's not saying a word. Stacey's been in and out of prison since 2022. And he's tried to tell what he knew. Recently, the body cam footage came out of where Stacey was telling law enforcement about Monkey being buried in their backyard. And they excavated the entire backyard. Every single canine, human remains canine that they had in that backyard hit on the backyard for human remains. But they did not find Monkey. So I believe while Stacey was in jail and Sarah was out for 3 months in July, August, September, late July, August, September, October, and then she was arrested again in November 2022. She was free. Stacey was in jail. Stacey told law enforcement Monkey was buried in the backyard, but he didn't know during those 3 months while he was still incarcerated and Sarah was free that her and Brandon were removing Monkey from the backyard and placing him elsewhere, in my opinion. So I believe Sarah and Brandon have the answers, but Sarah's not talking. Sarah's in prison playing, like she's had mental struggles where one day she's not fit for trial, one day she is. I think a lot of it is acting, in my opinion. I don't think that a lot of it is authentic. I don't know if Sarah is lawyered up or not. But, and Cher, I hope she's talking to people. And I don't know how to FOIA, or else I would FOIA her jail information, her prison information. I would love to hear her prison calls and see what letters have come in and out, to her and from her. I think that would be helpful, but I'm hoping law enforcement is monitoring that. I have no doubt that they are. So if there's something being said, they should be able to catch it. But they are focused on Brandon right now. So Misty shared in the interview that she did with Samantha last night that law enforcement showed up to her front door. She lives in Montana, okay? They came from Fruitland, Idaho to Livingston, Montana to knock on her door. It was the state prosecutor, the Fruitland police, and her local police knocked on her front door and said they had this amazing one-time deal that they were going to offer Brandon. If he did not take it, they were coming back with a warrant for first-degree murder. If he takes their deal, they will take the death penalty off of the table, and he might have a possibility at parole, if we understood what she was saying. Yeah, we're going to review it again tonight, Cher, though. I'm going to play it here in just a minute because we only got 13 minutes into the live stream because Samantha ended up coming up on my panel and we ended up talking about her communication with Brandon and Sarah and other people involved. So, Cher, Butterfly Kisses wants you to check your block list because she can't see you and she is a subscriber of yours. Butterfly Kisses. Here, I'll grab her link and I'll put it in the chat for you, Cher, so you can click on it. Go to channel, share, and I'll post it right here. So you should be able to click on it and unblock her from right there, hopefully. So yeah, they offered the deal. Brandon wasn't there. They knew that Brandon wasn't there. And so they said they wanted to talk to Misty. They didn't ask for Brandon. They asked for Misty. We want to know where he is. We want this deal. We want him to take this deal and come and talk to us. Hi, Heart's Faith Mediumship. You don't think she's faking the mental? Well, I don't know. I watched a lot of her TikToks that she did. She changed a whole lot after July 27th, 2021. I'll put it that way. She changed a whole lot. Right, exactly, Cher. They definitely have information. Not block. And just sub to her. Okay, she's going to check Google because you're not blocked on YouTube, Butterfly Kisses, so she's going to check her Google. So, anywho, that's where we are right now is Brandon and Sarah. They both know, in my opinion, where Monkey is today. Slobby Stacey and Adrien, they don't know. Adrien wasn't a part of it, in my opinion. Adrien was there trying to scam adults. He was trying to get Sarah to do scamming, like online scamming schemes with him, but he wasn't trying to kidnap children. So, hey, Purple, how you doing, girl? Welcome, welcome. You're welcome, Butterfly Kisses. So, I think Adrien, I shared a text last night. Let me see if I still have that here. Adrien came into Justin's chat when Justin was interviewing Stacey. And let's see, I think it's this one. And he made a few comments, but we have a text communication between, I believe it's Stacey and Adrien. And, oh, shoot, stop it. There we go. And you can see by these text communications, I believe Adrien is being honest. He doesn't know what happened. He has already talked to law enforcement about what he does know, and he wasn't a part of it. I think he may know a little bit more than what he told law enforcement, maybe possibly a little bit, but I don't think he was a part of what happened. So he said something about funky with you now, you gonna have hella lawyer fees. And Stacey responded with the eye roll emoji. And then Adrien said, did y'all really kill that baby boy? Or did you all just like relocate him somewhere else? Y'all so effed for harming kids. WTF. And Stacey responded back and said, how the boy die? Answer that. I don't know why you even think I had anything to do with taking him. And then Adrien said something about, let's not forget about Brandon. And that's where it was cut off. When Stacey was on Justin's panel, Adrien came in and he made comments there. He told, that was when he was blocked. He told Justin didn't believe that it was Adrien. And so he had called out Stacey for lying He said, just lies, the word lies. And then he said, y'all took that boy. That's right here. Y'all took that boy and lies. And then Justin said, if that's the real Adrien, come up on panel with us. Well, Adrien has been stern on, I'm not doing any interviews, So he left a comment that said, I ain't stupid. No interviews for this N-word. 3 middle finger emojis. I spoke to the... So then he was blocked because, Justin thought that it was a troll. And then he was unblocked and he didn't say anything else. So I don't believe that Adrien has anything to do with Monkey's case. I do, however, believe that Brandon and Sarah know everything. And I wish and pray with everything in my being that they would come forward and be honest. And Miss Tammy's here. Hi, Miss Tammy. Hi, Tammy.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Welcome, welcome.
How are y'all in chat?
Get your groceries.
I did. They were actually like 15 minutes early. I was on my way and they were like, your order's ready. And I'm like, yes. So
Awesome.
as soon as I got there, I told them where I was at and they brought it out.
Yay.
I'm Miss Eve. Hello, hello. Sally, Vic, be a light. How is everyone? Miss Sarah?
Keister Bunny, welcome. Vic, welcome. And Keister Bunny said, fear destroys the ability to maintain a healthy relationship with reality. That's true. That can be true. And with the extent of what has happened here, that wouldn't surprise me if she did go a little off normal, like I don't want to say that she's completely faking. Like, I don't think that she's completely faking. I didn't say that, and I wouldn't say that. But I do feel like there was a show being put on from July 27th, 2021 through when she was arrested in November of 2022. There was a huge change in her TikTok videos. She went very religious, like full-fledged, super duper religious. And she just started saying things that were like, what are you talking about? It didn't make sense. Didn't sound logical. So I feel like it was for show. And that's just my opinion. And thank you, Witchy Mama. Thank
Oh my
you.
goodness, I miss so many people. Butterfly kisses. Share, sister, Grammy. I didn't mean to. Oh, look at that. Hair curlers and crime. That's funny.
Yes, chat is full today.
Hey,
I'm so excited.
I'm sorry I missed y'all. I was going through I thought I said was going through chat, but to everyone, hello, hello. Mandy, I will be right back. I have to run and get my fire radio. I left it. to
Okay.
Go back and get it. I'll be right back.
Okay. She has to have the fire radio. She's an amazing firefighter. She has to have that. So just in case somebody needs her to rush to their rescue. Right, Sarah? Yes. Yes. The video where she was crying and said she doesn't deserve forgiveness and that she's not a good person. There are several things that she said and did. And I have some of that. I didn't have time to pull that up. Maybe we can sit down and do a live stream about stuff that was able to screen record and take pictures of, or we can try to go to her TikTok and scroll through and, kind of everybody can see what I mean, I guess, once you see it, then it's like, oh, well, that makes more sense, And yes, please say a prayer for Brandi. She recently was released from the hospital, but she has, she's been struggling. The little bit that has been shared about her health recently, she has been struggling. So please keep her in every prayer. Please, 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 please. Oh, I just can't imagine that woman. Her strength is, I wish she knew how strong she was, Hi, Diane. All right. So we are going to come over here and share this tab instead. So we are going to finish or try to get through as much of as we can. We're not on a time schedule over here on Mandy's squad. And Mandy's squad, okay, we're just in the squad, just chilling, relaxing, and doing what we do. Okay, just like last night, we only got 13 minutes into this interview because Samantha came up, and I am so grateful that she did. It was amazing, and I wouldn't have last night any other way. Other than Tammy going to bed earlier, I think that might have been the only thing that I would have changed last night. She was on so late with us, and then she had to get up at 7 o'clock this morning. This woman, I'm telling you, dedication is amazing. So, I love me some Tammy. So we're going to try to get through as much as we can today. And, if we have to do a part 3, then we'll have to do a part 3. Okay. So make sure that you smooch the thumbs up. Did everybody smooch the thumbs up? We won't look, I promise. Smooch it right quick. I mean, you can make out if you want to, but at least smooch it first. And let's see if we can get the thumbs up. Thumbs up, please. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. She is definitely the true definition of grace and strength and inspiration. And I mean, just, oh my goodness. Just all of the things. Hi, Cassie. Thank you, Cassie. Oh, Cassie is so sweet. How you doing, girl? She is a mama bear. Absolutely. She has been an amazing voice. Like anytime she speaks, it's like you want to listen to every word she says. She has been the best advocate for her baby. Oh, thank you, Heart's Faith. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think I rewound enough that we hear, I don't know if we hear it again or not. Let me see where we are.
Everyone that has met Brandon doesn't see that, but when people meet Stacey, they see that. My mom seen red flags instant when she first met him.
But Brandon didn't want to take the deal because he doesn't feel like he's done anything. He's saying, I haven't done anything. I didn't hurt that kid. I didn't abduct that kid. I'm not signing anything.
Yes, he's saying he's never even met the kid. Like, he's getting pinpointed because he was there at the wrong time, around those two, around the time that the incident happened. So it's all coming together. But eventually, like I said, he's got a lawyer. He's going to be talking.
Yeah.
So he's got a lawyer. He's going to be talking. I mean, no rush. Take your time. Okay? Like, no rush. Brandy's not sick or anything. It's okay, Brandon. On your time, when you feel strong enough, to go tell the truth. If you were innocent, you would have already been breaking down law enforcement's door to tell them what you knew, in my opinion. So I didn't go back far enough. I want to play the part where she says that he's a sweet, innocent little boy, because that just needs to be heard one more time. Let me see.
Too.
It's right there. Oh, that's the exact spot right there. Okay. Listen closely. Ready? Prepare yourself. You might want to set your phone down so you don't throw it at the wall or out the window or something. Okay, here we go. And if you were here last night and you've already heard this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm making you listen one more time.
But they can't really say much, but I do know Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy, too. He's
Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy, too. Right here. Does that not make you freaking sick? This is the sweet, innocent little boy. This is the only sweet, innocent little boy in this whole case. And I so wish that she would have not said that.
Yeah.
It just shows how naive she is, how blinded she is. She's only been dating Brandon since November. November. She met him in November. She has no idea. She knows what Brandon has fed her. And her heart's going to be shattered when she finds out the facts. The full facts. The truth. Brandon is not a sweet, innocent little anything. He has a criminal record. He's not innocent by any means. He may be sweet to her, and I hope that he is, because every man should treat a woman with sweetness. But he's not innocent, and he's not a little boy, too. When you put that 2 on there, she just compared Brandon Shithead to Michael Joseph Vaughan. And like I said last night, fuck you for that, Misty.
Yes, you did.
All right. Now that I got that out, welcome back, Tammy.
Yes, thank you. I come in at a good time, I see.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to keep on rolling unless you have anything you want to add to this part.
No, I think you covered it all there.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, here we go. And I turned the captions on. Let me see. I know that we can make the captions bigger. Let me see if I can do that here. There we go. And was there a better? Nope, just that one. Okay. All right. Can you guys see the captions pretty well? Oh, hold on. Let me get back over here. There we go. Now, can you see the captions pretty well?
I can see them good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Right, Cassie. Right. That's what I think too. She has very low self-worth, self-respect. And, and I feel bad for her too. She, like I said, she just met him in November. She just miscarried twins, according to her. We learned in the beginning of this interview. She just miscarried twins a week ago yesterday.
And Samantha said that she was older than him also, correct?
She thinks that she might be. Yeah, she doesn't know their ages for sure, but she thinks that he might be.
Because I feel a little like she's mothering him. By a lot of her comments, as we hear further on.
Right. And she's close to his mom too. She said that she talks to his mom pretty much on a daily basis.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I think that's coming up. I think we heard it last night, but I think it was right towards the end when we were listening there. Okay, here we go.
He wears his sleeve on his. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Sorry if I can speak. I'm still kind of nervous.
I know
about doing this. But I seen him around people. I seen him around kids and stuff. I feel for the lady's mom or the kids' mom. Oh, Jesus, I can't. Man, I can't speak tonight.
it's okay.
But I feel for the little kid's mom because if that was me, I would want the same thing as she does.
Yeah.
But
Brandi,
I did let everyone know because I feel connected with that little kid. I never met him, but I feel connected because we have the same birthday.
Yeah, that's right. You and Brandon and Monkey all share the same birthday.
That's ridiculous.
June 24th, yes.
Okay, last night we went over this part already, so I'm not going to stick on it. But yes, it's very ridiculous. Just because they have the same birthday, that doesn't seriously. Seriously, I think that is some kind of. I don't even know how to word it. She's saying that Brandon said the same thing when he did his first interview with JLR, back in, I don't even remember when, earlier on in the case. So obviously he said it, she's heard him say it, and they have the same birthday. So, she's saying it too.
Right.
That doesn't mean you have a connection with him, but if you do, then tell your boyfriend to go talk to law enforcement and share the facts that he knows.
Right. That's a good thought, Cassie. Wonder if she has dated people in prison.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we're gonna learn a lot about her too. She shares a lot of personal information, personal things that she's been through, and that I wouldn't be surprised if she did. And that is odd, right? Hair curlers, like, it's very odd that they do have the same birthday. But, like June 24th. Okay, well, my birthday is June 22nd. So should I have the same connection because we have the same horoscope? We have the same sign. So, no, like that just, right, for sympathy. Thank you, Sally. And hi, Bryn.
Well, they make it sound like it makes it sound better. That actually makes it sound worse.
Right.
That you're saying you have a connection, doesn't make it sound better. Doesn't make anything better.
Right. But I think in their minds it does. It's like, well, we wouldn't hurt this little boy. We have the same birthday.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. And you knew y'all had the same birthday when you picked him up.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly, hair curlers. It could be a sign from God to tell Brandon to do the right thing and go to law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Quit piddle farting around. Get your thumb out of your ass and go talk to law enforcement. They come to the door with a freaking golden platter of a plea deal. And he's possibly turning that down?
Well, if they're coming to you with a plea deal, that's in your favor.
Right. And it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
I have never, ever in my entire life of watching true crime, covering true crime, I have never, ever heard of the state prosecutor going to a whole nother state to knock on somebody's door to offer them a plea deal.
Right. I've never heard of prosecutors traveling like that.
Right. That is so courteous. Like, I am shocked.
That's how much they want to solve the case.
Right. Yep. And they're going to do it with or without Brandon's statement to them.
Yep.
Oh, goodness.
And has he turned them down? They haven't found him to really offer it, have they?
I'm sorry, what?
They haven't found him to offer it to him yet, have they?
Right. They have not talked to him themselves, but that's why they went to Misty, because they want her to talk to Brandon and basically, convince him this is the right thing to do. Go do it. They know where he is, but they didn't go to him. They went to her instead.
Yeah. Leverage.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I mean, Sally, if he doesn't take this deal, he's facing the death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what this deal is, to take the death penalty off the table and maybe possibly give him a chance at parole, because that's what she said. In the deal, he could have the opportunity to come back and have a family.
Right. Which means he's young enough that he would get a certain amount of years, that he would still be young enough when he got out to have a family, is what she's trying to say, I think.
Right. Yeah. So, like I had never heard of like fin to life being a sentence. Always heard, eligible for parole after 15 years or, something like that. So when Trezell and Jacqueline West were sentenced to 15 to life, I was like, what the heck does that mean? So now I know it means at 15 years, they will have the opportunity to try for parole.
Right.
But they could be in there for the rest of their life.
How old is he?
I don't know. Samantha
Yeah.
wasn't for sure their exact ages, so
Yeah.
I'm honestly not 100% sure. I don't have his date of birth, so.
Yeah.
And right, if he has nothing to do with Monkey's disappearance, he would have already talked to law enforcement.
Yeah, he wouldn't be hiding.
Exactly. Ada County, Idaho just sentenced Chad Daybell to the death penalty. Brian Koberger is facing the death penalty. They will go for the death penalty in Michael's case. Take the deal and talk. Hair curlers nailed it right there. Let me see if I can get it to pin. There it is. Brandon, if you're watching, get your ass to the law enforcement and talk to them now. You don't understand. If you don't, I mean, bottom line, you're screwed for the rest of your life, however long that may be, depending on. Yep. And Stephen Stearns. Yep. They don't play. This is a baby. This is an innocent little boy, a sweet, innocent little boy.
I don't believe they told her everything they wanted to do for him, though.
Oh, I don't think so either.
I think they gave her just enough that maybe she could talk him into going, but I don't think they told her the whole plea deal they had for him.
Right. Yep, I agree. Oh, I didn't change the... Hold on, I need to change this. I'm sorry. I forgot to put it back. I changed it last night when we took the media off. And so let me fix this back up here right quick.
Sadly, they are. Yep. They're not going to give they're not going to show their whole hand. They're not going to show their whole deck. Huh?
Right.
Your tarot card would say that. Tarot card reader would say that.
Yep.
Don't show all your cards.
Exactly. Exactly. Adrien, I'm not for sure where Adrien is, but I know that law enforcement knows where Adrien is. But he said he spoke to law enforcement. They're not knocking on any of his doors or family doors offering him a plea deal. So yeah. I don't think he's included as much as Brandon is in this case.
They obviously know something about Brandon's maybe being involved in it if they're going to him with plea deals. They must know he has something to offer them.
Yep, I agree. Like this is such good news. Like this is a big step. This is a huge thing. Like now we're down to the line. You know,
this was recently, right?
Yes. Yes. Yep. The only reason Lori Vallow Daybell didn't get the death penalty is because of a legal sanction on the prosecution for breaking a rule. And I can promise you, Fruitland is not going to do that. They're going to make sure they have every T crossed and every I dotted and every period in its place.
They had to find something to get the death penalty out of there, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yep. But that's okay. Life in prison.
Yeah. Yep.
That's okay.
Yeah, she can sit there and let her face drop since she don't get Botox no more.
Right. Right. That would be a little adjustment period, you know, thinking about the things that you're used to, your everyday freedom, gone in a split second.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Sally? Sounds like it's fixing to go down. It's going down.
I hope it goes down in Sebastian's case and in Summer's case, too.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome back. All right.
Hi, Crafton and True Crop. How are you?
Yeah, Fruitland has been outstanding. They have been. They have been on this. They have not been, I mean, other than the prosecution taking time that, you know, we were getting frustrated with. Like, why are you taking so much time? Just get it done already, you know? But at the same time, I understand they only have one chance. You know, there's a thing called double jeopardy. You cannot charge a person with the exact same crime twice once they've been acquitted or found not guilty. That if they're found not guilty, that doesn't mean that they're innocent, but you can't retry them for the same crime. So they only have one chance to charge them with this crime. So I understand taking their time, making sure that they're doing everything correctly. And, you know, I get it. And they have a lot of circumstantial evidence. But a lot of convictions are held on circumstantial evidence.
Just making SpongeBob party decorations. Yay.
Aw, how fun. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Man,
Yeah, Cassie. Do what?
He's been around forever.
I know, right?
SpongeBob. Mm-hmm.
My goodness. I remember when my daughter was little and he first started getting big, I wouldn't let her watch it because I didn't want her to think that a sponge lived inside of a pineapple in the water.
And a squirrel lived under the ocean.
Yep. And a sea sponge is not square like the sponge in our sink. And they don't wear pants. And
they don't have a best friend named Patrick.
Right. Patrick Starr. I mean, you know, yeah. Oh, so I didn't let her watch it. My little brother started letting her watch it when she got a little bit older. She was about 4 or 5, I think, when we finally let her watch it. And I let him do it. So it was like, you know, my uncle is letting me do this that mommy told me I wasn't supposed to.
Right. How about that?
Yep. But she was old enough to know the difference, so it was okay then. But
Brandon was 30 years old in 2022. Okay. I didn't think he was that old, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Sure didn't. I didn't think he was that old.
All right.
Thank you, Sarah.
Look at Sarah doing some good research.
Mm-hmm. You love the new billboards for Sebastian? Yeah.
Yep.
I like the newer pictures the most recent pictures they finally put up there, or were able to put up there.
Well, I guess that Seth gave them to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm
night.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
No, because, you know, the other ones didn't give it to him.
Right.
They gave the old pictures, so I'm so glad Seth, which doesn't surprise me. I knew Seth would do that. He would advocate for one. Yep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's keep rolling here.
Promise one thing, I was to do what I can. Why no, I'll help as much as I can too. But I have a lot going on in my life too, as of right now. Like I just lost twins on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a week today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. So the plea deal, I know didn't they want him to produce something in order to get the plea deal?
So they just told me that they have a really good, hell of a great deal of a plea deal. They didn't say what, they just said, like I said, they said that he would be able to come home to the family, to be a family.
Okay.
And then like I was shaking, I was like freaked out because last time I had to deal with those guys was in 2015 with Stacey Wanda.
Yeah. Right.
I gotta say it again. That annoys the hell out of me. She calls Stacey Wondra Stacey Wanda.
I wonder why. Does she not know how to say it, or she just?
I don't know. She said that she's known him since 2014, but yet she says Wanda is his last name instead of Wondra. So I don't know.
I would think he would know his own last name and how to say it.
Right. But for some reason, she's not.
I
don't know. Maybe she can't pronounce it correctly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. But it's funny when she says it, because when she first said it, I was listening, on 3 times speed, and
Mhm.
I knew I heard Wanda, and I was like, wait, hold on. I had to rewind it and listen to it again to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yeah.
And thank you, Eve, for dropping Samantha's channel. You guys make sure that you are subscribed to Sam's channel, please. And thank you. Hi, Jemima. Welcome. I was going to rewatch, but noticed that you all are covering this, so I thought I would join you. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you're here.
Is it
Welcome,
Jemima?
welcome.
Is it Jemima?
It's either
I-
Jemima or Jemima.
Could say it either way, I guess, huh?
How do you pronounce it? Is it Jemima with an I or Jemima with an E sound?
Maybe he used an alias for her. That's true, Sally. He could have. Yep.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. But I mean, Sam just rolled with it. Sam has the patience of a saint. Okay, like she's up here being completely fair and unbiased, even knowing all the factual information that she knows, that we talked about that last night on the live stream on part 1 of this. So if you missed that, go back and watch it afterwards, and you learn a lot. Like Samantha shared a lot with us last night. So she definitely is not siding with one side or the other. And some people were confused about that. So
Yeah. I think she was just, just asking questions and listening. I mean,
right. Yep. And she did a great job with it too.
Yeah.
Okay. She said it's Jemima. Well,
Okay.
welcome. I like the little duck that you have after your name, Jemima. All right. That's right. It's all about getting that data, all about getting that information that we need. Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here we go.
Did Brandon speak to them at all? Did you get him on the phone to talk with them or anything like that?
I do know that he did call to talk to them about the agreement, and he denied the plea agreement because why should he? I just feel it in my gut, and I'm the person that goes off of vibes and stuff. I'm kind of an outgoing ish, but different hippie wise, say. And everyone that has met Brandon doesn't see that, but when people meet Stacey, they see that. My mom's seen red flags instant when she first met him.
But Brandon didn't want to take the deal because he doesn't feel like he's done anything. He's saying, I haven't done anything. I didn't hurt that kid. I didn't abduct that kid. I'm not signing anything.
Yes, he's saying he's never even met the kid. Like, he's getting pinpointed because he was there at the wrong time around those two, around the time that the incident happened. So it's all coming together. But eventually, like I said, he's got a lawyer. He's gonna be talking.
Yeah. Wow, that's just crazy that they came all the way from they came all the way from Fruitland to Montana to offer him a plea deal. That's just crazy. And this has been like over a month now since all of this happened. Did they tell
Can I
him,
say
like,
something, Samantha?
you sure can?
So I was reading on the comments. Someone said, "Run, darling. You deserve better." To be honest, Brandon is a really sweet guy. He does everything and anything to make sure his family's happy. That's why he, instead of, like, he was supposed to come back home, but he's been I don't know. He's working though.
Right. Well, and I know you guys have been having some problems and stuff because you want Brandon to go to Fruitland and clear his name because he's telling you, like, I didn't have anything to do with the abduction. I didn't hurt Michael. And you want him to go to Fruitland, clear his name. And you guys have been having some issues with that because so far he hasn't done that yet, right? That you know of?
Yes. From what I heard, he has talked to his attorney with his mom.
Right.
So I know they're planning on something, but like, the story too, that didn't help that one situation.
Right.
So
Well, and you said that Brandon talked a couple weeks ago or so about going to Fruitland with the attorney and his mom to talk with him, right?
yes, and that's still a go. I just don't
Okay.
know when.
Okay. Well, that's good. I really hope that that's something that he does because, you know, he needs to go talk to law enforcement and clear his name. If that's, that's the number one thing any one person would want to do, especially, if you're a suspect in an abduction,
Absolutely.
Did law enforcement give him like any kind of time frame or
Someone's
anything?
phone's going off. Someone told me
That's
to
my
stop
phone.
my phone.
That's
Naughty,
my
naughty.
phone.
You told me to make sure my ringer was off.
Yeah, my
Naughty, naughty.
that's my daughter. She wants us to go to the park tomorrow with the grandbabies. Would you go
Oh
do
no!
that, honey? Would you go call Allison and tell her that sounds like a plan tomorrow? But forgot. Oh no, she disappeared. Oh, Pam, thank you so much for coming in. Hey, I'm not wanting to stay. I just appreciate her and Brandon and everything, with her losing the baby and stuff, and just really thankful that she's here and that she's talking, that she wants to share, information that she doesn't have to share about her life.
Did you say something, Tammy?
No, just say she got kicked off or jumped off or fell off or something. Does she come back?
Yeah, she comes back.
Yeah.
That's why I skipped through some of that there, because she does come back. But Sam's right, like, she didn't have to come up on panel.
No.
But I'm glad that she did. I'm grateful that she did. And for that, I can say I appreciate her for coming up and sharing the information that she does want to share, or that she can share. And yes, with his mommy, Jemima, with his mommy, he's definitely a mama's boy, without a doubt. Hi, Angel Girl. Welcome. And naive or blinded by love? I think a little bit of both, because I think that she wants to see the good in him. She doesn't want to believe that this sweet guy that she just met in November could have anything to do with hurting a child, which, that's understandable. I totally get that. But at the same time, there's so much information out here. And, he can only, I asked Sam last night when she was on panel. I asked her, sorry, I keep standing up because I keep getting a Charlie horse in the back of my thigh. I just had to put some of my magnesium lotion on it to try to get it to stop, because it's driving me bonkers. But I asked her last night, because she said that a lot of their arguments are because she wants him to go talk to law enforcement and he won't go. And I said, so what is he telling her? Like, what's his excuse of why he doesn't want to go?
Right.
He has to have an argument of why he's not going. And she said that he basically just, he won't answer. He detours the conversation or argument to something else. And she hasn't really been able to get an answer of why he won't go. So I was like, that right there should be huge red flags in this woman's face. He can bullshit her all day long and say, I wasn't there, or, it was Stacey and Sarah, and I just met these bad people at the wrong time, and blah, 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 bullshit. All of that sounds great. But when it comes down to it, you won't go talk to law enforcement. Why? That would be the only question that I would keep asking him persistently. Why will you not go speak to law enforcement? And don't tell me, oh, I'm planning to. Oh, I'm going to. Oh, my mommy is saying, we have this attorney and we're going to. No, do it. What are you waiting for? Get your ass in there now.
Because you're hiding something, or you don't want to say what you know, or because the truth never lies. So, if it's the truth, you'll keep telling the same thing. Oh, sorry.
Well, hello. And that's very true. That's very true. If you're telling the truth, the story doesn't change. And that's how we know that Stacey Wondra is full of shit, because he never told the same story twice. I shared some of that last night in a video that I made, where he had done 9 interviews and I had reviewed, I think, 7 of them in one video. And I had put every clip of when he said he got home from doing a taxi run, and he gave 3 different time frames. And then I clipped each time that he said that he left for Kuna, that they left for Kuna to go to Brandon's mommy's house to get Brandon's car to tow it back to Fruitland. He gave, I think, 8 or 10 different times and time frames when they left the neighborhood in Fruitland, which is when Monkey was abducted. His time frames got later and later and later. At one point, I think he said it was when the sun was going down. This was July 27th. The sun didn't set until late in the evening, like 8, 9 o'clock somewhere. I know I have that in that video also. So everything that he said didn't make sense. So we know he's full of shit. And then when he gets on panel with Samantha, she interviewed Stacey and had Brandi come up with her, and Brandi interviewed Stacey. And Stacey boldface lied to her and said that his story has never changed. He's always told the truth and that he can't help her anymore. And that was when I was ready to throw my phone out the window. Because just that one video that I made shows he never told the same story twice. Never. So they're full of shit. And Brandon's story didn't match Stacey's whatsoever. At all. Right? Hi, Kelly. Welcome back. And same, like, I know I wasn't alone in that. I don't know how Brandi held her composure as well as she did. And Samantha, same. Like, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I would have been kicked off of YouTube. I would have lost my channel. I couldn't even review that interview because I would have lost my channel. YouTube has, guidelines, and I would have broken quite a few of those. So I thought this one, I can contain myself. I can bite my tongue. I can keep it in the guidelines of TOS and maybe lose monetization, but I won't lose my channel, and that I'll be okay with that. So, oh gosh. Okay, let's get back to this. And she does come back up. So I think she should be popping up pretty soon now. Yes, they threw each other under the bus. Yep. And Brandi was so brave. She is so brave. And she is just amazing. I mean, literally amazing. I can't even find the right words to say how, I don't know, how inspired I am by her. I can't even find the right words.
Smoke, good to see you. KB. Yeah, I just heard, and she'll come back up. I'm going to go over and check my messenger. She says, my phone sucks. She just messaged me. She's trying.
I am not good with technology. Technology and I do not get along whatsoever.
No worries. I totally get it. Like I told you before, I am a computer dinosaur. I am not good at technology either sometimes. So I know it's nerve-wracking.
You don't fight with it daily.
No, I don't, but I do fight with it when I get up on my computer sometimes for these lives, and it makes me really, really nervous. It doesn't matter how many lives I do. Every time I go live, I'm still like, the pit of my stomach is aching, I'm aching. And then when I have guests on and I feel like, oh God, please don't let anything go wrong, then that does get worse for me too. So I know, I understand it so much. So many people are coming in and everybody's being so respectful and really glad that you're here. So I just want to thank you again. And yeah, like
I've been
Kelly's
looking on the
right
chats.
here, Kelly just
so
said that StreamYard sucks sometimes.
Yeah, so FYI, I have known Stacey Wanda since 2014. I have gotten in trouble with Stacey Wanda in 2015. There was a lot more that happened to me than normal, and he was a part of it. So I don't like the guy. To answer anyone's questions on that one.
Right. And you even said that law enforcement's been coming around and asking you questions about incidences that happened back in 2005. Oh no, she fell off again. 2015, and law enforcement has came and spoken to her about incidences from 2015 here recently. So that is crazy. She's in Montana. She's in Livingston.
Technology stinks.
I'm sorry, hun. Did you have to switch phones or something?
No, so my phone keeps on going into a weird screen, so it went to one of the screens that I couldn't back out of to go back to our chat wise, and it disconnected us that round. So
well, if you
I
have
don't know.
to, just put your phones down and like leave them alone, or turn your one
Oh, I
phone off
did.
where you can see chat and stuff.
I put the phone that I'm talking to you on away from me so I don't touch it.
There you go. So one of the questions, we were talking about Stacey Wondra, and I just told everybody when you fell off, like, law enforcement's been coming and talking to you about an incident from 2015 having to do with Stacey.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we not going to talk about that case and stuff, but yeah, they have been asking her some questions about that case from 2015. You know, because he did some really, really, really shady things, and those things almost got Misty killed. So
I had a gun to my head.
Yeah,
because of him.
some pretty serious stuff. So one of the things too that I wanted to ask, when they came and they talked to you about the plea agreement and anything, did they give Brandon like a time frame or an ultimatum of any kind?
A time frame?
Yeah, like if you don't do this, then this, and this is going to happen. I mean,
No,
did they
did
give him
not.
like an ultimatum?
They just said they will be back with a warrant for his arrest.
Oh, so they're like, if you don't sign this, we're coming back with a warrant.
I don't know. I know they talked, and they got told to talk to his attorney. So right. I don't know.
And let's see, we already talked about that, and we already talked about you talking with Brandon's mom.
Okay, if he does not take the deal, they will come back with a warrant. That, I think, is huge, right?
Yeah. Yep. It is huge.
Does anyone think Misty knows there is a huge reward for information? I don't think she's money hungry. I think she's love hungry.
And she met him because he was up there working. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's the guy that is going to be on panel on Monday evening with Samantha is Brandon's old boss that he was working with when he was in Montana, and that's when he met Misty. So he was working for him in November, December. We're going to learn for sure. But the police came to talk to him in March, and he learned information from law enforcement.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a huge stream. You know, I think that guy has a lot of information, and I'm anxious to hear what he has to share.
Yeah. That's Monday night, correct?
Yes. Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, and 6 p.m. Pacific.
You go, girl.
Girl.
You go, girl.
I didn't even write it down. Let's see. I'm going to share. So I made a post, and I'm going to share the link to that post in the chat if I can, if it'll let me. Let me see, copy link. Okay, this post has, if you want to help out the Vaughan family, and they have Cash App and they have Meal Train. So you can buy like gift cards, DoorDash gift cards, things like that to help the family. Those links are in this post, and the flyer for Monkey is in this. The link to the flyer is in this post. And I put there's 4 suspects. The prime suspect right now is Brandon Shurtliff. Sarah Wondra, Stacey Wondra, and Adrien Lucian. I think I spelled Adrian's name wrong. I think I spelled it. I think I need to change that. But I also put a little song in there. I put 1, 2, they're coming for you. 3, 4, they'll kick in your door. 5, 6, they'll carry cuffs and sticks.
Hey.
7, 8, it'll be so great.
Nice.
9, 10, so you can't ever hurt another baby again.
Nice.
Yeah, that was my little dedicated song to Brandon and the other 3 asswipes.
Asswipes, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to put the link to that post in the chat because that has all of the links. So it has the Cash App link directly to Brandi Vaughan, and it has the meal train link if you want to buy gift cards to support the family right now. Like Purple said earlier, Brandi is not doing well at all right now, health-wise, at all.
Mm.
So if you can't help financially, prayers are absolutely needed. Even if you can help financially, prayers are still needed.
Right.
Adrien also spelled Lucifer. Yeah, Adrien calls himself Lucifer.
He did?
Yeah. Yeah, on his name when he came into chat on Justin's, I'll show you real quick. I don't think you saw this. When he came into Justin's chat when Stacey was being interviewed by Justin before Josh came up on panel.
Yeah.
He came in and I will show you. His name is, I did spell his name wrong. His name is Adrien Lucifer.
Oh. Yeah.
Here it is.
Mm.
That's his account.
Yeah. Mm.
Thank you. Thank you for loving my song. Thank you so much. If you want to do a remix of it, feel free.
Put some jam behind it.
Yes, absolutely. I may have to do that myself. I forgot how catchy it was. Oh, goodness. All right, let's hear what we have. We're 23 minutes in. Let's hear what else she has to. She said a lot. Okay, a lot.
I can't hear it, Mandy. Is it me? Can y'all hear it?
Uh-oh, you can't hear it?
I can't. Can chat? Can y'all hear it? I cannot. I thought maybe it might be me.
Okay, let me stop sharing and try to reshare it. Oh, my internet browser is messing up. It says your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Try sharing your screen again. Restart your browser if this continues to be a problem. Oh, awesome sauce. Thank you so much, StreamYard.
Right.
Oh, dear. All right. Stop sharing. Let's go back over here and reshare it again. And don't mess with me. My Wi-Fi hates me.
I used to have Wi-Fi like that, and it hated me too.
Yeah, I can't wait to get better Wi-Fi. All right. Let's try this. We got to go back about 20 seconds here. Okay. Here we go. Let's see if we have sound this time.
And let's see. We already.
Can you hear it now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
We talked about that, and We already talked about you talking with Brandon's mom. How's
And I
Brandon's
wish I
mom
knew.
doing?
I wish I knew
Everything.
where Monkey was. I seen all these comments about Monkey. I feel 100% for Monkey. Like, I'm doing the best I can for you guys to help on with this case. I'm just letting you know, Stacey is no innocent. I call him the monster. My mom calls him the devil.
Yeah, and I mean, you are one of the reasons why Brandon came up and talked to me on my live back in
Yes, I
February.
am.
You know, and Dan is, I know you and Dan don't get along, but I'm just going to say he was another person that was also helping, telling Brandon, you know, to talk with me. And, you know, and I really appreciate that from you, because if it weren't for you, he probably wouldn't even have come up, honestly. And I know that.
So Dan is Brandon's ex-boss. That's who she's referring to. And, you know, I like that she's wanting credit. You know, I don't know. It's just something about her just gives me the wrong vibes. Like, I'm not sure exactly how I feel about her yet, but I'm getting the wrong vibes. You know, like, give me the credit, because, you know, I'm the one that got Brandon up here for you, and here I am now too. I'm up here for you, and, you know, so pat me on the back for that. You know, like, there's something that's just like, I do appreciate her coming up. It's just something about her, the way that she's saying things, the things that she's saying, you know, just something about it is just striking me wrong. Am I alone?
Do you feel like she's wanting the hero vibe? Like if it wasn't for me, Brandon wouldn't have come up here. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't
Yeah.
have an interview, that kind of thing.
Right. It's just, I don't know. I just don't like it. Like, the feeling that I'm getting, I just don't like it. And maybe it'll come to me as we're watching this more, and I'll understand why. But I'm not alone. You agree? Thank you. And hi, Detroit. Welcome back. And Jacqueline said, not hero vibes, but something. It's something. Like, it's, I mean, I could see her, you know, like, I mean, she wants the pat on the back. So hero, maybe, or I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to just keep listening, and it'll smack me in the forehead. I'll let you know when it does, because it's right there in front of my face. It's just not hitting me yet. All right, here we go.
And you know that we've spoke about that many times. So, but how's Brandon's mom doing? How's his family doing?
Oh, she's been stressed. She's got a lot going on. She's redoing her house that I know of. So, you know, like, she's got that going on, plus her kid. Plus, like, people won't leave her alone about her son. You know, it kind of, like, I don't know how it is yet. My oldest is 17, but I can wait. And I don't see my oldest doing that. I see my youngest not getting in trouble with a lot more.
Right.
Now, how weird is that? How weird is that? She just compared her son to Brandon.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. She gives, like, the mom, like, she mothers him.
I mean, but she just said her youngest son is going to become a criminal.
Yeah, why would you compare a child to somebody that you're seeing?
Right. And why would you set your child up for failure by saying that they're going to become a criminal?
That's nice.
Like, I don't understand it. And I agree with, let me get back over here so I can see it again. With hair curlers, I think she's trying to gain trust by saying that she's trying to help, but maybe she's trying to, and she may be trying to help, but who knows? So I'm wondering if it's like she wants to feel needed. You know, and I think that is true. Like, later we're going to hear her say that she's helping her aunt. She's staying with her aunt right now, like helping take care of her aunt or something. And something happened with her mom recently. And so I think she needs that wanted feeling from people.
Right. Yeah.
So that could be what it is, you know, like, she wants not so much the hero, but she does want to be the hero, you know, like, she wants everybody to need her to get things done. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It fell off to me too, but can't put a finger on exactly what it was, right? Like, it's coming. I think it'll hit us the more we listen, for sure. Brandon's criminal history. I don't have it in front of me. I don't think that I have it. I think I just have Stacey and Sarah's criminal history. Myself, I think Samantha would be the better one to ask about that, for sure. But I mean, he's a suspect in a murder case right now. That's the one that I'm aware of, for sure. But I want to say that he does have a record. If I'm not mistaken, he does have a record. Says something about jumping out of a car and something about pregnancy papers. Wasn't. Angel Girl. Brandon was allegedly seen on video walking around the neighborhood. So there was a picture that was shared. Let me get back over here and I'll share that, because I didn't have that last night either, but we talked about it. And so I made sure that I put it in this group of pictures. He was, come on. He was allegedly seen. There was a man caught, and she talks about this. I think it's coming up. She talks about the picture of the man seen walking through the neighborhood. And she says it's not Brandon because it doesn't look anything like him. She talks about his tattoos, and Samantha shuts that down really quick with a perfect example. But she said that he was built differently back then. And so I actually got these pictures to show. So this is the picture that was caught by the splash pad in Monkey's neighborhood.
Okay.
And this is the one that, people say this is Brandon. Let me make it a little bit bigger here. And this is Brandon, posted on March 24th, 2022. So just a few months after July. And you can see how he's really built. And this was after wintertime. This is in March of 2022. This is July of 2021. So could this be the same person right now? We don't know. Allegedly, Brandon admitted that it was him. I haven't heard that clip myself, but I know somebody had said that. If anybody has the timestamp and the link to where he had been admitted that, I would gladly pull that up and play it. If you want to email it to me, I can put my email in the chat. I haven't seen it myself, and if I haven't seen it myself, then I won't say anything as factual.
Yeah.
Without me knowing for sure. So there's my email if you want to send it over. Right. She involved her underage son. Like, that blows my mind. Why on earth would you say you can? And she even said, I can see me having issues with my younger child, but not my older child. She said her oldest is 17, her youngest is 15. So she just set her 15-year-old up for failure.
Yeah. She just jinxed him if he wasn't.
Oh, you know what? He has a warrant for possession. So Kelly Dime said he has a warrant for his arrest in Idaho because he did not comply with his work order for his probation. He was on probation. He said it had something to do with possession of marijuana. So I know that is definitely part of his criminal history.
Mm-hmm.
So he does have a current warrant for arrest right now. We don't know how old she is, Detroit. We think she's a little bit older than Brandon, but we don't know for sure. All right, let's get back over here and make sure I still have audio. and we're going to play. I'm going to go back just so we can hear that one more time where she said she doesn't see her oldest doing stuff like this. And she's talking about Brandon's mom. So she's been right here. Sam asked how Brandon's mom is doing. Okay, here we go.
Oh, she's been stressed. She's got a lot going on. She's redoing her house, I know of. So, like, she's got that going on. Plus the kid. Plus, like, people won't leave her alone about her son. It kind of, like, I don't know how it is yet. My oldest is 17, but I can wait, and I don't see my oldest doing that. I see my youngest not getting in trouble with a lot more.
Right.
So I don't know. I just know me and her have talked. We haven't talked really since yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. Because I turned off my phone after 2 days of me miscarrying my baby.
Yeah, and I know you and I have also spoke that Brandon has not came back home yet. He is still working with Eric. Do you think that Brandon's hiding right now? Do you think he's hiding from law enforcement or anything, or scared?
No, he's just living his life, trying to make a better life. To be honest, like, he's not hiding, but he's scared pointless. Like, people are accusing him of something. I know how I am when I get accused of doing something that I'm not, like, I didn't do.
Right.
So, like, that's.
I mean, I know he's a nervous wreck. I know that since all of this stuff happened, because I've been talking with him too, you know that, and he goes back and forth. Like, some days he's doing really well, and other days he's talking about having some depression and having some anxiety. He's worried about things that are happening right now, and he's just really hoping that his lawyer is going to be able to help him. I know those are the things that he has spoken to me about. Do you know who Eric is? Do you know anything about him?
So, you know what I think of him, and you know what I say about him from what I heard about both of his parents saying to me about him. I did not know Eric. Actually, Eric just surprised him one day and came and got him, where he was actually going to go get a job, make real money, and get his stuff back together here.
Right.
And then he showed up, and they were supposed to go snowmobiling for 2 days. Next thing I know, he's not coming back. He doesn't have a vehicle.
Right, and Eric's not bringing him back home.
Nope.
And he even tried to get hold of Daniel Guthrie to, come and pick him up, and they didn't come pick him up. It was something like a 5-hour drive or something to go get him in Missoula, and they didn't, and he kept trying to come back home. Do you want to share it all about what his parents told you about Eric, or do you not want to share that?
I feel like that's, to be honest, I think that's not what we need to talk about. Just know that they don't approve of him.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a lot.
Yeah.
So he allegedly went on a trip that was supposed to be a 2-day trip, and he's still not back yet. And the excuse is he doesn't have a way back. But that just so happened to be, I don't know. And she just miscarried their twins, and he's not back.
Right. That should tell her something.
Right. And his parents don't approve of Eric, which is the guy that he left with. Yeah. Wow. Hi, Miss Opal. I love Opal's comments when she comes into chat. Just a gentle reminder, you are appreciated. Don't ever give up on yourself, and don't listen to others who give up on you. You matter, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate you, Opal. Thank you so much for always coming in with information that people need to hear.
Yes. Always that, that positive energy coming in with every time she comes in, it's just positive energy.
Yes, every time. I love it. I love chatting with Opal too. We were talking in the comment section of the live last night. So I love our squad. We just have such a good community. I'm telling you what.
Yeah, we don't like
I love it.
No drama.
That's right. No drama, intelligent conversations. We can debate and We don't have fights, and it's just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome in, Black Skies. That's okay. You're late. It's okay. You can rewind. Be kind. Rewind.
Oh my gosh, Mandy, you gonna show?
I know.
Your age?
I just aged myself. I know. Okay, it's a Blockbuster thing. If you know, you know. If you know, you're you show your age too. Okay, so don't say you won't. You know if you know. Oh my goodness. And yes, I agree, Opal. I agree. Reality is gonna hurt. Like, I mean, bottom line, reality is gonna hurt. And right, what kind of shitty friends does he have? You know, like,
Yeah.
And Eve is so welcoming in the chat. Thank you, Eve. And Colleen, hi, Colleen. Right, a free one-way trip. Oh. VHRs, VCRs. The good old days, exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. You have to rewind the tape. You know, we watched, okay, Squirrel for just a second. We watched Dirty Dancing. We had it on VHS. And my mom almost...
simple.
Right.
Oh,
It does
shoot.
make sense. You know,
I hit my earbud trying to push it in my ear. My mom wore out that VCR tape because she kept rewinding the end, you know, the grand finale dance at the end.
Yeah.
She kept rewinding it and playing it over and over because that was her favorite part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember sitting on the floor playing with my Barbies and making them act out the movie Dirty Dancing. So there's my age, okay? There's my age.
The Barbies.
My Barbies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Witchy Mama. And she has to be a couple months because we heard a while ago that she was allegedly pregnant. And so she had to have been a little bit further along in her pregnancy. And he's not there to help take care of her. That's right, Opal. That's right. That's right. Love may be blind, but murder is a crime. Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, the Walkmans.
The Walkmans. Oh my goodness.
One more squirrel. There's a trend going on right now. If you watch The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, if you were an 80s baby or a late 70s baby like me, then you watch The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on Friday night, TGIF lineup. And there was, on the first season, there was a dance that that Will's cousin was doing. I can't remember what her name was in the show. Somebody will probably remember. I can't remember. She had her Walkman on and she was dancing, and Will comes in the room and starts mimicking her dancing. And then he turns around and starts doing his own dance. And then she turns around and sees him and she stops. Well, they're doing it on TikTok, and Will Smith and his niece on the show, or his cousin on the show, they remade that with a song that is popular right now. And, it's a TikTok, thing going on that you're supposed to mimic and record yourself. And my daughter showed it to me and I was like, oh my gosh, I remember that episode. Like I watched that live when it was, on TV on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, what song was she dancing to? And I said, I don't know. Let me look on YouTube and see if I can find the original. So I found the original and I was like, duh, she was wearing a Walkman. So we couldn't hear what song she was dancing to.
Right. Right.
Because she wasn't singing. So we couldn't hear.
Yeah.
At first I thought she was singing, and I even told my daughter, I think it's Respect, RESPCT.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was that song, but I thought she was singing. And yeah, she wasn't, because she was wearing a Walkman. And my daughter kind of looked at me funny. And then, but she knows because, my kids watch I Love Lucy and Three's Company.
Yeah.
And, like they are well versed in the 70s, 80s, 90s stuff because of their mom. So yeah, when it clicked with her finally, but she had that look on her face like, Walkman, what? And then it hit her.
What is a Walkman?
Right? Yeah, the anxiety dance thing. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the song, I think the song is called Anxiety. I know it when I hear it, but I couldn't tell you what the words are right now. But right, Sea Star. Hi, Sea Star. What I thought was love until I matured and looked back, and some bad choices I made when I was very young. That's why older people try to warn you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Black Skies, I was born almost 46 years ago. In June, it's going to be my birthday again.
Mm. Hi, Aussie. I didn't see you in here. Well, I'm older than both y'all, so there's that.
Okay, look, Sarah's singing. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety. It's a good song.
Mm-hmm.
Colleen said, don't say, never mind. I done said it. I can't help it. I had a VHS. I had a VHS DVD player when my daughter was little, and she's 22. So,
Mm-hmm.
she watched her Blue's Clues on VHS.
Oh yeah, Blue's Clues. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Sanford and Son. There you go.
Right, Sanford and Son. Yep. Aussie said, "Hello, beautiful."
Hello.
All right, let's go back over here. And
Did you make our Brady Bunch squares?
no, I haven't. Girl, I didn't go to bed until almost 7:30 this morning, and then it's rough trying to wake up this morning. I kept laying down. I made my daughter come out, and I was like, "You gotta, she's yours, my
Right?
grandbaby."
Literally,
Like
she's yours.
I'm sleeping. Okay, I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the Golden Girls. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I miss the Golden Girls. Love that show. Okay. Did you guys like the little giggle I gave at the end of my live stream last night? I had played my outro, and then after my outro, I played the giggle.
Oh,
the
you
new
played
giggle.
the giggle? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because Detroit said something about give her hugs, and I was give the giggle hugs, and I was like, oh, look at the new giggles. With her crazy wild frizzy hair. Oh, I love that.
Listen, she don't care.
That's right, exactly. She still giggles just as much with
And
the
don't
frizzy
fix
hair.
it. Don't fix it.
That's right. Don't touch it. She won't even let us touch it. Okay.
Yeah, don't fix her hair. Let it be.
That's right. Leave me alone.
Let it do what it's gonna do.
Yep. In her face and all. She doesn't mind it. She actually just realized that she has hair and started chewing on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
Sally, I had a record player too.
Witchy mama.
I had an 8-track record player.
Me too. I had an 8-track. Yeah.
Well, mine did it have both? It had the record player and the 8-track player?
I did. Yeah, I have that. I still have one of those. It was like the one I grew up with in my house. It was my mom's and dad, and it's got the 8-track where you shove it down in there, and then it's got the record player, but it plays the 78s, not the 45s.
Oh, mine played both. It had an attachment that I put on the center thing.
Yeah.
So I could play both.
It may be an attachment in there. I mean, it's old. I haven't taken all the. It's even got the original little mic that came with it.
Oh,
you could sing and stuff. Yeah, but I used to have one that you could. It was like the boom box, but it was you shove the 8-track tape in the side of it. And
yep.
Instead of so it had a little radio on it, and then it had that.
Yeah, mine had the radio on it.
Mm-hmm.
It had speakers that were not attached, and the record player, the 8-track, and it had it also, so it was really super cool actually, because it showed the times were changing basically. So it had the 8-track player, but it also had the attachment for the 8-track player to where you could play cassette tapes too.
Yeah.
So you put the cassette tape in the 8-track adapter and put that in the
Mm-hmm.
8-track player.
Oh, I
And
forgot
then,
about the adapters. Yeah.
yep. And then the record player had the adapter so I could play the bigs and the littles. And my first record was Michael Jackson Thriller, and I had Madonna and Boy George.
I had the Eagles. I love the Eagles.
Yeah, I like the Eagles too.
Yeah.
But those were the first 3 records, and they were the big ones. So, yep. And then it's so funny, though, because then, times changed again. And when my daughter was born, that's when we got the VHS DVD player,
Yep.
Oh, things have changed so much over the last just 40 years, Crazy.
And now you don't even have to buy a VHS or anything. You just turn on Netflix or
Right.
or whatever and watch movies. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And Sarah, that is awesome that you still have it in good condition too. We lost the record player, 8-track player that I had in our house fire. So we weren't able to salvage
Sonny
a
and
lot of
Cher. I got you, babe.
Oh my gosh, my mom used to tell me that she listened to Sonny and Cher and Donnie and Marie on the radio I think it was every Friday night. Donnie and Marie had a show, and Sonny and Cher were together, and yeah. I grew up listening to Cher. If I could turn back time.
The Muffin Man.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And now we're streaming microwave popcorn.
Yep.
That's right. Oh my goodness. Okay. Squirrel just left the building. Let's get back on focus now. Okay.
Focus.
We just followed that squirrel down memory hole. Okay.
Squirrel said, "Follow me."
And we did. We said, okay. They were carrying a record. We had to see why.
Where we going? What you got?
That's right.
What you
All right. Here we go.
And that's all you got to say. They don't really approve, of him hanging out with Eric, and that's fine. You don't have to get into any details.
So to answer someone's question, because I am reading up on the chat to you guys, some of you guys can be a little bit harsh, just saying. I'm very honest, very blunt. So Brandon told me he didn't even know what the kid looked like. He had nothing to know about Michael. He didn't even know that he was around. So my guess to one of the questions about Brandon had anything to do about Michael or knew about Michael, I'm gonna say no, because from what he told me, no.
Right. And, you and I have spoken about this several times. You have actually, there was a recording that was put out by Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies. And we all know that you believe that Brandon is not guilty for anything, that you believe that he didn't have anything to do with this, that he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. And, and that's okay for you to feel that way. Everybody is entitled to their own opinions. You know how I feel about Brandon. I think Brandon needs to go clear his name with law enforcement, just like you. Like I've told him, if you have nothing to do with this, then you need to go talk to law enforcement. And that's what I've been, telling him, just like you have been telling him since we've met and started talking, because that's what's important. Like he just needs to, no matter whatever he's scared about. Do you think that he has any knowledge at all about anything?
I think, like I said, Stacey and Sarah started getting awkward with him after Michael. I clarified from that kid, by the way. Sorry, I was just talking. I'm reading the chat. Sorry, Sam.
Well, that's why I told you, you may not want to even pay attention to the chat because
I
it may
do
get
wanna
you
know,
sidetracked a
because
little bit. I know you do, but I keep my chat open afterwards if you want to go see what people are saying, and then you can like talk in the comment section after the live or
that's so
something.
much reading.
Right. Or you can just keep things in mind, and then towards the end or whatever, we can start answering some questions from chat.
What does
Just don't let
exactly
it get you
purple mean?
sidetracked, is all I'm saying. Don't let it get it sidetracked over there, because
What does
there's gonna
exactly purple mean?
Huh?
What does exactly purple mean?
Exactly purple. What do you mean?
Someone said exactly.
Oh, purple said something and then somebody agreed with purple. So Purple Phoenix
Okay.
is the moderator here. She's one of the moderators here, and she has a different channel. So she's sitting here and talking and everything. So, you know, everybody, you're going to have people in here asking you some really straight up questions. You may have people in there, you know, that aren't happy with you or with Brandon. I mean, that is, you know, he is a suspect in Monkey's case, no matter what me or you think. That's just a fact. So there are a lot of people that hold a different opinion than you do and believe that he has involvement and is guilty of whatever. But try not to pay too much attention to chat, because you're either going to get irritated and pissed off, or I don't, you know what I mean? You're a very blunt person, and I know that. So,
yes, I am.
Okay. She is very interested in chat, Tammy. I agree with that. She, I felt like, was trying to take the focus off of the question that she was just asked, though.
Yeah. She's getting into drama. She's trying to create drama already.
Right. Like, why would you question when somebody says exactly purple? Why would that even be a thought in your mind to question what does that mean?
Yeah, does she not know anything about YouTube? Does she not know?
Well, Brandon was on panel, and I'm sure that she was right there watching.
Yeah.
So she knew enough to have chat pulled up on one phone and to be live streaming from the other. I think, I agree, Diane. I think she's full of shit.
Yeah.
I think that she was trying to detour from the question that Samantha just asked her. And I'm glad Samantha comes right back in with the question again. She didn't let the question go, so she's about to re-ask the same question. But
Well, I liked it when she told her, no matter what you or I think, he is a suspect in this case.
Right.
And I'm glad she said that, because she's trying to convince us that he's not, when we already know he is. So you're wasting your time trying to convince us of that. We already know he's a suspect. But she's really working. She's overkill. She's doing overkill. She's really working hard.
Right. I agree. Jemima, that's true. Felons think different than non-felons, and lying and paranoia comes with the territory.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Hi, Sea Star.
Yep. All right. And blank tapes were the shit, because you could make the mixtapes. That's where I was going with that, because I loved, oh my goodness, recording the songs on the radio and trying to cut it off right before the DJ started yelling in your ear. Oh.
But man, when the fella gave you a mixtape, when he said, "Here's a mixtape," you're like, "Oh my gosh!" You didn't.
Yeah.
Well, when I was growing up, that might have been not because y'all were after me, so maybe they didn't do that. But boyfriend and girlfriend shared mixtapes. That was kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, and you had your dance mixtapes, you have your love songs mixtapes, you have your private love time mixed tapes. I mean, you got them all.
You got a whole stack of them.
Yep. So if you felt like crying, you could put, the mixtape in and just let them roll.
Man, you had to have it just right too, that stop button. You had to be on it. You had to be right on it. Had you have finger on the stop button so you could start recording, so you didn't get all, like you said, you didn't get all the DJ talking or the going right into the next song, or
Right. Exactly. Right. See, we're talking true crime here, but we're also doing some memory recalls, okay? If you guys are not aware, I do have a morning music playlist that is nothing but shorts on my channel, and it's all music from the 80s and 90s.
right,
So
Colleen?
if you really want to go back to your childhood, yeah, I can grab the link to the morning music playlist, but it's on my channel. And if you're not listening to that playlist, you're missing out. Okay. It's amazing. It's so amazing how one song can bring back a whole ton of memories. Like it can
Yeah,
take you back
yeah.
30 years,
Mm-hmm.
20 years, like to that exact moment where you were when you heard that song, or
Yeah.
what you were doing in that time frame when that song was playing, and you made sure you turned it up and as loud as it would go in your car, whether it was a tape player, the detachable CD player that had the cassette that you had to put in your cassette player, but then it had a CD player attached to it so you could play CDs in your car that only had a cassette player. I had one of those in my first car. And yeah. I mean,
You're sitting there thinking, what was I thinking?
right. Look at all the trouble we went to.
Yeah, all those songs, not every song brings back good memories. So, are those some that you're thinking, man, what was I thinking? Why did I go out with him?
Yep. The one of the songs I uploaded recently was Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
Yeah.
That song brings back one memory when I was pregnant with my daughter that it makes me tear up every time I hear that song now, So, yeah, not all of them are great, but a lot of them are great.
They sure aren't, Sarah. They are sure not like they used to be. You are right.
Right? Oh my goodness. And it's scary to think what it's going to be like in 10 years from now or 20 years from now,
Well, it used to be, are you dating somebody who's your boyfriend? Now they have all kinds of words.
Oh, yeah.
It's like we're talking. Okay, you're talking. That's cool. No, that means you're dating. What? Then just say you're dating. Why?
Right.
Why
But dating isn't even the same, because dating
No.
meant that the guy took you on dates. Now, if you're dating, that just means you're on social media
Yeah.
as together, like.
Yeah, you ask them, have you ever seen them? Like, went out and sat out and ate with them? No. Okay.
Right. But I'm moving to California to be with them, like that's going to
Right.
happen. Really? How long have you known them? 2 weeks? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Hi,
Yeah.
Mr. J.
Yeah.
That's right. Music
I
can
don't
change
even,
your.
I can't even keep up with what they say now.
I know.
Boyfriend and girlfriend, or what do they say they're boyfriend and girl? They say they're talking. We're in a relationship. No, you're not. Are you getting married?
Right.
In a relationship.
You love them. Oh, that's cute. You're in love. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's cute. Aren't you funny? Next week you will hate him. So we'll move
Exactly. Exactly. Or you say the wrong name when they're on the phone. Oh, snap. Like, that's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Tell so-and-so I said hi. I'm not talking to so-and-so, Mom.
Right. Okay. Well, and for me talking, that means actually I'm talking to you. Like me and you are talking right now.
Right.
I'm talking to Mandy. It doesn't mean I'm dating Mandy. It's
right.
weird. I mean, you don't know there. You have to ask them, okay, what does that mean exactly?
Right. I need a full status. Oh my gosh. I can't believe you don't get it. Like, you just don't get it. You're too old.
Yeah. Explain yourself. Tell me what this means.
Oh my goodness. And Sally's right. Music can change your mood in a split second.
Yeah.
I mean, a split second. It's so crazy.
Sally, your kids are talking to someone? Okay. Do you figure out what talking is? Have you asked them, hey, is that talking? Does it literally mean talking, or does it mean you're talking to him but she can't talk to him because you're talking to him?
Right. And Colleen said it's complicated. LOL.
Oh, what was the
I
Tom
think that
Jones song of the on the day you were born? I forget what mine is. I looked it up, but I forgot.
oh goodness, I'd have to search. I don't think I've ever looked that up. All right, I'm going to play some more. Samantha is about to re-ask her original question that, Misty allegedly tried to get away from, and we're going to hear the answer.
While everybody's looking up what their song was.
Right, exactly. I'm going to go search my song now.
Yeah.
Back to the question though, do you believe that Brandon has any knowledge of anything at all
No,
regarding Michael?
no, not all. To be honest, like, he looks a lot. It's like he like when we started first talking about the kid, because coming to find Stacey had to message me. That's how this all got started. But anyways, no, I don't. He looks like he has no idea. Like, he doesn't even know what to think or what to say, because what he does say, everyone goes against him mostly. So, like, I really don't think he has nothing to do with this, Michael. And I don't see Brandon hurting a child at all.
Yeah, because you said he's been around your kids, right?
He's been around my kids. He's been around my friends' kids. Like, even the baby, I watched a 1.5-year-old walk up to him and wanted it in his arms and play football and stuff. Like hand the ball to him, and yeah. But anyways, like, I have not seen one bad incident with a kid, or I have gotten no bad instincts from him, or I don't. Like I said, I don't think he even knew about Michael.
Yeah.
And like I said, Stacey is a twisted one.
There was a question a while back ago that I wanted to ask you.
Okay, before she gets to that question. So, just because he's good with kids, he couldn't hurt a kid. I mean, does she not understand how ignorant that sounds? Like, I don't get it, because wasn't, I'm trying to look. Wasn't John Wayne Gacy, like, part of a church or something? Like a big... here. He was close to his mother and his two sisters. He had a difficult relationship with his father. But then I want to see, because I thought he got married and had children and he was in the church, and I know one of the serial killers was, like, and I think that it's him.
Ted Bundy victim advocate too. Really? Yeah.
Okay, what is
clown at kid parties? Yeah.
Okay, so it says Gacy joined the local chapter of the Jaycees, Jycees.
Yeah.
On that and see what it is. But it says that same year he had a second homosexual experience. According to Gacy, a colleague in the Jaycees piled him with drinks and invited him to spend the evening on a sofa, and then the colleague did some things to him while he was drunk. By 1965, Gacy had risen to the position of vice president of the Springfield Jaycees and was named the third most outstanding Jaycee in Illinois.
That's scary.
Let's see what Jaycees is. It's a leadership training service organization and civic organization for people between the ages of 18 and 40. It's a branch of Junior Chamber Internationals. Areas of emphasis are business development, management skills, individual training, community service, and international connections. They had over 59,000 members in 1984 in Atlanta. So he was the third most outstanding JC in Illinois, and he was the killer clown. So like seriously, you can't base how they act around children on if they could be involved in that, like my gosh. I mean, Letitia Stalk was a teacher for
Yeah.
Yeah. A community organization. Thank you, you guys.
Read Sarah's comment.
My father-in-law was Ed Gein's psychologist in prison. Ed Gein made him a wooden chair, but we don't know what happened to it throughout the years. That would be awesome if we still had it. That would be very awesome if you still had it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh, Witchy Mama, are you in the JC's Club? We did a lot of fundraising for children, events, emergencies.
I bet the JCs did not appreciate having such a terrible person connected to him. I wouldn't have appreciated that.
Right. And it's the same way like with Ted Bundy, I mean, everybody referred to him as this really nice guy, I mean, everybody close to the killer always says they were such a good person. I would never think that they would harm anyone,
Right.
I mean, that's very common, not with every killer, but that's very common.
Yeah. Detroit Rock City, there I've said it again. Bobby Vinton was #1 on the day I was born.
Oh, I pulled it up. It was the Bee Gees on the day I was born. I didn't listen to the Bee Gees though, but the song was called,
the Bee Gees.
Okay, the song was called Love You Inside Out.
Oh yeah.
That was the #1 hit on my birthday, the day I was born.
Well, the #1 song on the day I was born, I wonder if this person is still in here. Because the #1 song on the day I was born was Hey Jude.
Aww.
And I think Hey Jude was in here earlier.
Yep, she was.
I think she was, yep.
How cute. I agree, Kelly. I agree. It seems highly insecure and desperate to keep him.
Yeah.
And some women will do that just to not be alone.
Do you think they join groups like that, like being advocates and joining the JCs like that to get to vulnerable people?
I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hi, Brandi.
We forgot that, Brandi, didn't we? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine how you felt when she said that, Brandi. Yeah, I said a few choice words and in today's live stream today, and I heard it last night for the first time. So last night was even better than today, my response. But when she said the word "to," that's what set me off. That's what put me into a whole different thought process. To try to say that Brandon Shithead is a sweet, innocent little boy, period, is bad enough. But she put the word "to" on there. And how dare her for trying to compare Brandon to Monkey. I said, fuck you for that. That was my response today. And that was me being nice and reserved and edited. That was my response.
I wish she wouldn't even call him Monkey. She really doesn't even have that right.
Yeah, I agree.
She needs to say his name.
Tyler had to get you a new phone. Girl, I am not surprised. Oh my goodness. I'm not surprised at all. And and yeah, absolutely, I am honored. Thank you for allowing us to share your baby's story and his face. And it's an honor. And I'm so happy. that something is finally, like, this feels so huge. You know, I know you said that you saw the charges on paper and, you know, saw it in black and white. And that was so exciting to be able to know that you saw that. But now knowing that law enforcement went to Montana, they left Idaho and went to Montana to knock on this woman's door. Like, that is just, gives me goosebumps. I'm so thankful. And we have been, yes, we have been praying for you. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well.
Yes.
See, that was a kind response. That's what I thought too, Brandi. Thank you. Last night I wasn't so kind. Today,
Yeah.
I was kind.
Yeah. Well, that was
Oh.
a stupid comment for her to make. I mean, I don't even.
Well, to be honest, though, like she keeps saying, to be honest, you know, this woman compared her 15-year-old child to Brandon also and said that she's going to have criminal trouble with him in the future too. So she doesn't have a positive outlook on her own children's future. So why should she have a positive outlook on her man, loosely term there, in any other way than, you know, distorted? I just...
Yeah. Well, she's treating him like, I mean, she's like mothering him. I'm going to keep saying it because it's just how I see her, in the way she's talking. She's mothering him like protection. She's in that kind of protection mode for what?
Right. Because she knows something isn't right. He can sit there and try to bullshit her all day long and say how sweet and innocent he is, but he's not. He's far from it. He may be sweet to her. Sure. Great. That's awesome. I think a man should be sweet to their woman. But that's where it ends. He's not innocent.
He's not sweet and innocent hanging around the people he hangs around.
Right?
You are the people you hang around. I mean, he wasn't just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Exactly.
That's just a cop-out excuse to just try to say, oh, he but he's an adult. He didn't have to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, it does happen, but not, that's not, doesn't even go there.
I mean, he was staying with the Wondras because he's not I mean, she is right. He is a little boy. He acts like a little boy. He wants to be treated as a little boy. So I do agree with her there, but that's not a compliment. It's not a good thing. You know, he's a grown-ass man.
They try to make people like that seem like, you know, if you notice a lot of times in the courtrooms, they'll take defendants and make them look innocent. You know, they'll dress them like the little girl that killed her mom. You know, they tried to make her look like a little girl. They tried to dress her in little clothes. You know what I mean? So they try to present people like that as younger and innocent when they're really not.
Right.
But that's
very
what
true.
we're trying to, you know what I'm saying? That's what they try to do.
Right. Yep. And that's true, Jemima. They could be looking ahead. I don't know that Misty is looking ahead herself at the jurors, but you know, that could be they're keeping in mind his public persona.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 5, and you all have a good evening. I'm going to have a sunset dinner with Princess Buggy. Oh.
Have a lovely evening.
Yes, enjoy that. Oh my goodness. Buggy is so cute. And I want to help in any possible way that I can. When I heard you say that you pinky promised, I want to help you in any way that I can uphold that pinky promise. I'm the same way. When I make a promise to my kids, I don't break it. So I get it. I get that part of it. I won't try to say I understand anything else, but I get that. So enjoy your evening.
Yes, enjoy your dinner.
And I'm going to share this again, you guys, if you want to help out and support the Vaughan family in any way, shape, or form, there's the links in that post. Otherwise, just continue the prayers and keep sharing Monkey's flyer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put that in the chat again also. I want to keep doing it throughout the live stream, so it's there. Share it on your social media everywhere. Monkey's face deserves to be seen by everybody, every set of eyes. Goodness, goodness, goodness. All right, so we're going to go back to this mess. So Sam just saw a comment, or she saw a comment in the chat that she wants to ask Misty. So we're gonna see what that was.
Because somebody had asked it. I thought it was a really good question. Do you know if law enforcement, while they were in Montana, went and spoke with anybody else?
From what I heard, yes, but I don't know because I don't talk to those people.
Okay. So, and do you know how long law enforcement was there, like in Livingston?
I know they came to my house Saturday. I know they didn't leave until Sunday, and then they went somewhere else on Sunday. Remember, I told you where.
Right. Well, I just want everybody in chat to know. And like I said before, you guys, this is March 8th, not like last Saturday or this Saturday. On March 8th, it's been over a month since law enforcement from Fruitland came to Misty's mom's house where she lives. And the state's prosecutor was with her, correct? Her? The officer was a her? And the sheriff from Livingston. Those are who came and knocked on Misty's door. They had a plea agreement for Brandon that pretty much said, if you will sign this, whatever that plea agreement is or was, because we're not privileged to that information, we'll take the death penalty off of the table. And that was pretty much it. And are you still here, Misty?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I know. So when that recording got put out by Brooks, there was one particular question that everybody wants to know about. And I have the clip from Brooks. Can I play this one question and just you tell us about it and explain it to us? Because I know it's like the one question everybody keeps wondering about. Do you mind?
Oh boy, yes. Go for it.
Okay, so when Samantha talked about this, I haven't heard this, so I don't know what Brooks shared. And Sam talked about it when she came on panel last night. I still need to go find that stream that Brooks did because I missed that. I don't know what was put out. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was shared. And she only plays just one question, I guess, from what she said here. So I don't know. I know that Misty got upset about it, but that's all I know. So I'm going to have to go back and find that. If anybody has that link and you want to send it to me, I'd be oh so grateful for that. But I wish I could give a little bit more information, but that's where I am. Apparently, it's not uncommon for law enforcement to offer a deal before they have charges. I think before they set the charges in stone. I agree. I think that's right, Kelly. That sounds right. And thank you, Sarah. Yes, in the link that I shared to the community post, that has Brandi's Cash App in there. The direct link, so all you have to do is click on it and it'll take you directly to Cash App. And it has the meal train link also. So if you want to buy the family a meal, you can buy a DoorDash gift card so that they can order a meal. So those are just two of the options that that they have. I know that they also had a wish list. I'm not for sure if it still has items on it or not. But I know that the Cash App and the meal train are two things that I saw and I've shared myself. So those are there, along with the link to Monkey's flyer also. So please click on that link and share that link on your social media. And that's the link that Nightbot drops in the chat every time we type !monkey. So click on that link and share his flyer on all of your social media platforms. Keep his face out there. Keep his face being seen. Please and thank you so much. All right, so let's hear this one question. You ready, Tammy?
I am ready.
All right, here we go.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to put this up here, and then I'll hold on 1 second because I got to share my screen here. Okay, so this is just a small part of that. It's one thing that you said that everybody is asking about.
Yeah, I
So
know what it is. I'm reading
I
it.
know, and I just wanted to give you a chance to explain it because it's just been a nonstop question for me, and pretty sure Brooks too. So I'm gonna play it real quick and then I'll stop it and then we'll talk about it. Hold on.
All right, sounds golden.
That's okay. Did anyone owe them money?
I don't know. I just know something about have to do. Like I said, I don't know the whole story. I just know what Brandon has told me, and other people have told me that been looking on stuff. And from what I heard, Adrien was they were supposed to sell the kid to someone, but I guess they fell through. From what I heard, but after that kid went missing, Adrien bounced 3 days later.
Oh, snap.
So
Okay.
to answer that question, so I did get told that Adrien sells children. He trafficked kids. By the other person that you speak with, by the way, I don't speak to anymore, is the one who told me that.
Right, and it's something that Stacey Wondra has said, you know, on several different YouTube lives and stuff. And that
it doesn't shock me with Stacey.
Right.
It does not shock me. He is a twisted, sick guy.
Right. And Adrien left their house but didn't leave Idaho until like I want to say like August 20th to August like 22nd. I'm not sure how long he was at the Wondra's house after Michael's abduction. I think he was there though a lot longer than 3 days. So I don't know what that information that was given to you. But did Brandon tell you any of that, or did you just hear it from somebody else?
Not really Brandon. Brandon didn't really pay attention. He didn't really care for Adrien, to be honest, from what he told me. And he was starting not to be a fan of Stacey and Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Wait. Okay, so she just asked if Brandon said anything about Adrien leaving 3 days after Monkey's abduction, as Stacey had stated to her. So Stacey is the one who told her that story that she told Brooks, that they were supposed to sell Monkey and the deal fell through and Adrien left 3 days after. But Brandon has never confirmed that with her. Brandon didn't really pay attention because he wasn't a fan of Adrien and he started to not be a fan of Stacey and Sarah. So that's what she just said. So Brandon didn't realize, he didn't know, he didn't pay attention if he was still living with Adrien 3 days after or not. Bullshit. Okay? Bullshit on that. And bullshit on Stacey saying that it was a deal that fell through. In my opinion, I think Stacey's trying to pull Adrien into it, just like he added Adrien into digging the hole when he was telling law enforcement how Monkey got in the backyard. I don't believe that Adrien was there digging any hole. That wasn't Adrien doing that. That was Brandon doing that, like Stacey told all of us, in my opinion. Wow. Yes, I will rewind that. We can go back and listen.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back to where she played the clip and the answer after, because that was a lot of bullshit, in my opinion.
That was a lot.
Okay, here we go.
And we'll talk about it. Hold on.
All right, sounds golden.
That's okay. Did anyone owe them money?
I don't know. I just know something about have to do. Like I said, I don't know the whole story. I just know what Brandon has told me, and other people have told me that been looking on stuff. And from what I heard, Adrien was they were supposed to sell the kid to someone, but I guess they fell through. From what I heard, but after that kid went missing, Adrien bounced 3 days later.
So
okay, so I call bullshit on that. That's a story that came from Stacey. Stacey has lied about it. Just like C-Star said, Brandon took Stacey and Sarah to his mom's house. So he was there on the 27th. Then on the 28th, allegedly, Brandon and Sarah went back to Kuna, to Tina's house, to Brandon's mommy's house, to get his laundry out of the washer.
Right. The next day.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, according to Misty, Brandon left. We're going to hear that soon because that was brought up last night a little bit. Misty said that Brandon left the house on the 27th and went and stayed at his mom's, but she wasn't clear if it was the 27th or if it was before or after the 27th. She wasn't very clear on the date, but she said that he was getting fed up with Stacey and Sarah, so he left. Isn't that convenient that he left around that time? But yet, if we go back over here one more time, on March 24th, 2022, Brandon is asleep on Sarah's couch with Sarah's dog. I mean, that's almost a whole year after.
Yeah.
So when did he go stay at his mommy's house to get away from these people that he didn't really want to be around anymore? Exactly, C-Star. He wasn't allowed at his mom's house when his mom wasn't home, and his mom wouldn't let him live there, which is why he was living with Stacey and Sarah. Because he's not a real man that can provide for himself and his child and have a steady job, which he still doesn't have, according to his maybe girlfriend Misty yesterday. Right. Well, he was only in the house for 10 to 15 minutes, Sarah, because he was just putting the stuff in the washer.
Yeah, right.
So he didn't stay there to let the washer run to put them in the dryer. So he left the wet clothes in the washer overnight. Now, anybody who knows about laundry, you wash a load of laundry, you leave it in the washer overnight. The next day, you're taking a chance on it smelling or not smelling like mildew.
Right.
And the Wondras had a laundry service.
Yeah, why did he even do that? That's just a made-up story. That's bullshit.
Exactly. Word of the day today is exactly. The chat is saying it too. Bryn, according to Misty, Brandon and Misty did not meet until November. Like just this past November. Right. Stacey never mentioned that he left. He said that it was Brandon and Sarah. And he never said that Adrien was there. Adrien was hanging out with his child and her mother. Because they came in for a visit.
Right.
But during the police interrogation, he was trying to put Adrien in the backyard with the shovel in his hand.
Well, he did.
Right. Oh, yeah. And
Yeah.
even with, look, I have that too. Even with the laundry service, they were going to a laundromat. I have that picture too because I believe it was AB that had posted it. Let me see if I have it.
So she didn't know Stacey before she knew Brandon?
Yes, she did. She knew Stacey
Right.
from 2014. She just met Brandon in November.
Okay.
Allegedly, according to her.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and play her response while I pull up the other pictures because I have a picture of them, of Stacey and Sarah in a laundromat in 2021 that just so happens to be right beside a splash pad.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
To answer that question, so I did get told that Adrien sells children. He trafficked kids. I by the other person that you speak with, by the way, that I don't speak to anymore, is the one who told me that.
Right, and it's something that Stacey Wondra has said, you know, on several different YouTube lives and stuff. And that
it doesn't shock me with Stacey.
Right.
It does not shock me. He is a twisted, sick guy.
Right. And Adrien left their house but didn't leave Idaho until like I want to say like August 20th to August like 22nd. I'm not sure how long he was at the Wondra's house after Michael's abduction. I think he was there though a lot longer than 3 days. So I don't know what that information that was given to you. But did Brandon tell you any of that, or did you just hear it from somebody else?
Not really Brandon. Brandon didn't really pay attention. He didn't really care for Adrien, to be honest, from what he told me. And he was starting not to be a fan of Stacey and Sarah.
Yeah. Has Brandon ever talked to you about Adrien or said anything to you about Adrien or anything?
Nope, we don't. The last time we discussed about Adrien, he didn't like him and he didn't really care for him.
Has he ever talked to you about Stacey and Sarah?
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah. What's he said about Sarah and Stacey?
So before the kid went missing, I meant not the kid, Michael.
Michael, thank you.
Sorry. Before Michael went missing, that Sarah and Stacey like kind of cornered Brandon-ish and told Brandon he's got to knock up Sarah to get her pregnant. And ever since then, it was a big kind of hoo-ha between them.
So Brandon did verify with you that Sarah and Stacey were wanting him to get Sarah pregnant.
Yes. And he said, oh, no. Like I told you before, too, the only thing he did with that chick was a blowjob.
Oh, damn.
Bullshit. Bullshit. And
That's
bullshit.
Bullshit. A bullshit.
Yes. A bullshit.
And bullshit again. And that's gross.
I mean, I don't think that Stacey would sit there and talk about hearing his wife getting boinked in the other room by another man if it wasn't really happening.
Point is a good word.
Yeah, I like that. That's YouTube friendly, you know.
Hi, Grace Paris.
Hi, Grace. Right, Sally? It's a small world after all.
Uh-huh. And they don't even live in the same states, right?
Right. Well, he came to Montana to work, and that's when
Yeah,
they
but what I'm
allegedly...
saying is, how would she meet two different people and she don't live
Right.
in the same state and they're both suspects in the same case?
Right. Yep. And Sam is very good at slipping the facts in and keeping her composure. I agree, C-Star. Like, the way that she does that is just amazing to me.
Uh-huh.
I admire her for that because I wouldn't be able to do it. I would be more than yelling.
And she's asking her questions that she's already asked her. And she'll say, but you know that. And she's like, yeah, but they don't know that.
Right. Yep.
You know, so and that's a good way to get her to see if her answer is the same both times.
Yep. Without giving her the answer. You know, I don't like when people do the interviews and they're like, okay, and you had said blah, 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 blah. You know, no,
Right.
let them give you the answer.
Right. Don't give them the answer. Right.
Yep. So Sam is a rock star at this for sure. Hi, where's Summer and Sebastian? I didn't know that you changed your name. I just realized that. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, neat. Yeah. Welcome, Nightbot. I'm glad you're working today.
Exactly. Taking the night off last night, you lazy
Fire your
punk.
butt. Yeah. Firing.
And yeah, that was a little bit, there's some trigger warnings in here. I mean, this is true crime. You know, we're going to have a lot of trigger warnings, unfortunately. So, and that's right. You can't get pregnant by a BJ. Just saying. Great point.
Uh-huh. That is just gross to think about it. We won't.
Right.
We won't think about it.
No, we won't. We won't.
Mm.
So Brandon told JLR the same thing. Yeah, I think I remember that too. But I mean, why would Stacey lie about that? You know, like that was one of the things that I believed that he said. You know, and I'm happy with Sarah. And he wasn't happy with Sarah when he was doing the interviews. But I still don't think that he would degrade himself like that and say that he was sitting in the other room listening to his wife get boinked. You know? And
her picture, her avatar picture changed. Callie, it changed, didn't it?
Yep. So in this one,
she looks older in this one.
Absolutely. She has like orange hair.
Yeah.
Let me see. I have to click on it. And then is it gonna, why is, hold on. Let's see if I can do it. It let me zoom in on it last night, but now it's not wanting.
Yeah.
It's not wanting to let me. Hold on. Exit full screen. There we go. Okay, so this is the second picture she came up with.
I think there.
Yeah. Brent, I think the same thing. I wonder if she wasn't with Brandon or had Brandon on the other phone. I thought about that too. So Sam had said that she came up on, she was having issues with her phones. And so she came up on one phone and then she had to come up on the other phone. She said that they were backstage trying to get her on panel, to stay on panel without the echo, being able to hear for a good time before they actually went live.
Well, that could mean she had it on in two different places, or like you said, he was there. Yeah.
Yep. So we're at 40:55. So if we go back to the first picture she came up with, 40:55. So in this picture, she looks a lot younger.
Yeah, she looks younger there. Maybe that's an older picture.
Well, her hair is blonde, and her hair's pretty here, and she has a lot of eye makeup on.
Yes, she does.
So in the other picture, her hair is more of an orange color.
Yeah.
And around her eyes, it looks like, I don't know. It almost looks like she has some kind of makeup on, or I don't know what it is, but her eyes definitely look different. Like her whole face looks different.
Yeah.
Looks like a different person.
Yeah.
Looks like mother and daughter almost.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she wears a lot of eye makeup. Some women do that. So here's the picture of
the cats, Detroit.
They want to be a part of the show too. They have the right to their opinion too, okay?
They see something out the window. I don't know if there's another cat out there or they see a squirrel or something, but they're meowing at something out the window.
Aww. So here's the picture of them at the laundromat. You can see in the background. Is it big enough? Can you see it? Or do I need to make it bigger?
They had their hands in a lot of little businesses, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay.
So
You're right, Sarah. The cat is calling BS.
Right, exactly. So you can see the washers or dryers, I'm not sure, behind them.
In there, yeah.
Yep, and then the big cart there. And the
laundry cart, yeah.
Yep, and the date is April 12th, 2021. So just a few months before Monkey vanished. And when you pull it up on the map, at this laundromat, I think AB posted this. I think this is where I got that. The screenshot is from his channel. It's what it said at the top of the screenshot. But it says April 12th, 2021. Why were Sarah and Stacey Wondra at the laundromat? Answer, because it's across the street from a splash pad. Stranger danger.
Mm.
And then when you pull it up on
I have
the
3
map,
too, Detroit. That's, you probably hear all 3.
So right here is the laundry basket. That's the name, laundry basket. And if you're sitting at the laundry basket, it looks like you can look right over here to Fruitlands Community Park and Splash Pad.
Mm.
Coincidence?
I think not.
I don't believe in coincidences.
Mm-mm.
And that was April 12th. So there's that. Just so that we have it. Documented as shown. Here you go. Here it is. And then we'll hop back over here. And we'll keep playing a little more.
Sarah get her pregnant. And ever since then,
yeah,
it was a big kind of hoo-ha between them.
So Brandon did verify with you that Sarah and Stacey were wanting him to get Sarah's pregnant.
Yes. And he said, oh, no. Like I told you before, too, the only thing he did with that chick was a blowjob.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I remember you saying that to me. TMI, right?
You guys, I am very honest. I'm sorry. I'm blunt. I've been through a nightmare of my own with this guy, Stacey. So it just brings back a whole bunch of memories.
Yep. Yep. We all stand with Brandi. By the way, if I could just ask everybody to pray for her. She had a very rough week. That's all I'm going to say because I'm not going to air out her business. But if you guys could say a prayer for her, I would really, really appreciate that.
Say it.
And of course, no, we don't. Well, we don't want to talk
Okay.
about Brandi's business, but yeah, just keep.
Why would she want to volunteer information about Brandi when Sam just said, I don't want to put out Brandi's private information?
What did she say just then? I didn't understand what she said.
She said, I could say it.
Well, how does she know what's wrong?
Right. I'll go back and we're going to play this one more time. Now listen to this. This, wow. Right, Kelly?
Yep. Yep. We all stand with Brandi. By the way, if I could just ask everybody to pray for her. She had a very rough week. That's all I'm going to say because I'm not going to air out her business. But if you guys could say a prayer for her, I would really, really appreciate that.
Say it.
She did say that.
Well, we don't want to talk about Brandi's business, but
I can say it.
Yeah,
Excuse?
I mean, just so easily. I can say it. I'll do it.
Right. I'll air out Brandi's business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Again, fuck you for that.
And how do you even know Brandi's business?
And what makes you think that you're entitled to share her personal business?
Wow.
If Brandi wants to share her information, she would let Samantha know it's okay, share this information, or she would share it herself.
And she just said she didn't want it shared out. And then she's like, I can share it. No, you can't.
Right. Like, I'm my jaw's on the floor right now.
Wow.
Right. Who the fuck are you?
She's really not gaining any kind of credibility or any kind of, you try to keep an open mind about people, but she's really blowing it, in other words.
Right.
I mean, if she's trying to convince people he's innocent, she's already lost. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, I cannot believe I just heard those words come out of her mouth. Like,
right. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to have to keep playing because I don't even know what more to say about that.
Right. Yeah.
Me too, C-Star. Like, the nerve, the balls on this bitch. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I'm going to play. I'm going to hit play.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep her in your prayers, please. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I was sitting here. I mean, I guess I can look through some. Thank you guys for all the prayers. I can look through chat now, and if you want to answer some questions from chat, or, I mean, is there anything you just want to talk about? Like, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, whatever you're comfortable.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
So I don't have an anxiety or a panic attack or go into my freak out moment.
What is wrong with her?
Because I promised you one thing, I was going to be chill.
That's right. We are. We're going to be chill. Yeah.
Right. What is wrong with her? Perfect question. What is she talking about?
And she's like, really, she's starting to get hostile. Like,
right. She's a skunk with an A instead of a U. She's a skank. Thank you for that laugh. Where's Summer and Sebastian? Okay.
Mandy, you can say it. You're going to say it.
I said it.
Yeah, you can say it.
Skank. A skunky skank. Like, I lost all respect right there,
Yeah,
just in that
yeah,
moment, like, I had compassion before, and I had a little respect for her getting up here and speaking, and then she compared Brandon to Monkey, and that, like, that took it all the way down to, like, 2%, and then with that one comment, I can say it, you just lost it
I,
all.
I really didn't have a whole lot for her to begin with, but I was trying. But
Right.
boy, that just closed the deal.
Oh. That's right. See you next Tuesday. Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Woo! Man,
Girl, bye. You better just crawl back where you were at.
she should have hopped off panel earlier. Like,
Mm-hmm.
my goodness. She was doing a decent, and I use that term loosely, a decent job.
Well, she told her not to be watching chat, and you notice that it doesn't take long to get her hostile. I mean, she got really mad quick watching
Right.
chat, reading chat,
Yep.
because she don't like the hard questions, I guess.
I mean, it seems that way.
Mm-hmm.
It was okay for her not to want to talk about Eric, the friend that Brandon left with. That was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Samantha didn't say, well, I can tell him if you don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Sarah's telling us it's gonna get worse. Holy shit balls, we gotta keep playing. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have an hour to go on my timeline to end, because Cher's supposed to be going live tonight, and it's a school night. And so I want to try to wrap it up within the next hour. And so we're gonna hit play so we can hear the questions from the chat.
Nice.
Oh, because that's Sarah said just wait until we ask questions from the chat. Oof.
Nice.
All right, let's roll.
No, it's fine. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're talking. I think it's really important for everybody to hear that, you've been working very hard with Brandon to get him to go in and talk with law enforcement, and clear his name. And we know now that he's got an attorney. We know he turned down this plea agreement because he's saying that he didn't, do anything to Michael. And here's a question that just rolled up. It says, does Misty still talk with Brandon? When was the last time they talked?
Today, we talk every day. Just saying. And so I was also reading messages. So hold on, I lost my place in these because they won't stop. So
Welcome to the world of YouTube and live streaming, bitch.
That's what I was just saying. Well, that's how it works. They don't stop.
The world is allowed to have opinions about you, good or bad.
Yeah.
And it goes back to the old Dr. Phil saying, it's none of your business what other people think about you. So don't read the chat if you can't handle it.
Well, I guess she thought she was going to be well received and just like get this big, oh, thank you for being here. We're so, thank you for talking to Brandon, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she's not getting that. That's not the response she's wanting or getting.
Put on a pedestal.
Yeah. So now she's getting mad because they're actually asking her hard questions and not telling her how grateful they are.
Right. High level headed. He said, remember, they are all drug addicts and career criminals, and the suspects and friends don't even remember what said previously to people. Yeah. Yep. And that's how the stories get figured out, because they can't keep their stories straight.
Mm-hmm.
She'll say something different about when she last talked to him in a bit. Did we get a definite answer? Right, C-Star? She is late to the party.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, just me. Oh, she can't even remember within a few minutes. Oh. All right. Well, let's go back then. We'll rewind and we'll see if we got a definite answer to the question. Let's see. 43:30. Does Misty still talk with Brandon? When was the last time they talked? See, that's why I think that if he wasn't there with her, he was on the phone with her. Let's listen to her answer again.
Today, we talk every day. Just saying. And so I was also reading messages. So hold on, I lost my place in these because they won't stop. So hold on.
We talk every day.
Yeah, they're not gonna stop.
No, every time I try and look for it, it bounces up. So how did I get associated? So me and Stacey haven't hung out since 2014, 2015. The last day was March 16th of 2015 is the last day I ever hung out with him. That's when cops came and pulled laser guns and said someone was held hostage when no one was.
So Sarah Suspicious wants to know if Brandon knows that you're doing this live with me.
No, he doesn't. I haven't really talked to him today. We're not on, just say, me and him have not been, we've been letting the babies are talking to each other because I've been so down and depressed. I just recently got myself out of a depression.
Right.
Okay. So I heard her say that she had not told him that she was doing the interview.
Right.
But I did not hear her say that the last time they spoke was today. But then she said, no, they haven't really talked today because she just got herself out of the depression because of losing the babies. But she just lost the babies a week ago yesterday. Oh.
So.
Yeah, she's contradicting herself. Exactly.
And she can't.
So did you?
She's flustered. Sounds like.
Right. So did you talk to him today, or did you not talk to him today, or did you just say, "Hey, I'm alive. Okay, you're alive too. All right, bye." I mean, but they've been letting the baby come, or the babies come in between them. That makes me. I don't know. That makes me question a lot. Yeah, I'm not hearing depression, right? Well, she said she just got out of a depression, and people deal with things differently, so I don't want to be judgmental on that. Depression is a bitch, so I don't want to downgrade anybody's depression. But I mean, as I said, I have no respect for this bitch now, you know? Like, gosh.
Yeah, I don't either.
Right. She said they talk today and every day, but then not today because letting the babies interfere with their relationship. You and me both, Jemima. Oh my goodness. And she might have just made herself a witness too. She did answer when she said today, she answered it very quickly because she was too worried about what somebody had said in the chat. So that's where she was focused on.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
She's been working chat since she's been up there.
Right. Yep. And C-Star, exactly. Yes, please hit the thumbs up for me. Please and thank you so much. And now I know why I didn't come into the live stream until the very end. Because if I would have come in when she was still on panel, I would have gotten timed out probably. Because I bet it was very hard to be nice in that chat and try not to scare her off. Yeah. Because she was reading chat hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whew.
Like I said, she
Right.
wasn't getting the reception she wanted.
Right. Yep. And I mean, people aren't always going to be there to pat you on the back and tell you you're doing a good job, boo.
Nope. It was so hard being nice, I bet. Yeah. It's so hard being nice now, so I can imagine if you were on there live.
Right. That's why I'm saying I know why everything happens for a reason. I absolutely believe that. So I absolutely believe I came into the live stream at the end because I came in after she was already off panel and Sam was wrapping things up, saying her thank yous and goodbyes and stuff. And so I said, I'm going to have to rewind. And now I know why, I wasn't there at the beginning. I would have been in so much trouble. When she says not today, she sounds nervous. Right. Like it doesn't sound like she's being honest. It sounded like when she said today, she was being honest. She blurted out the honest answer and then kept going because she wanted to respond to chat. But then when she comes back and gives more detail, it's like, oh, wait, did I just say today? Oh, damn. Oh, you call her out on it? Oh, snap. Okay. She kept answering my questions for some reason, so I bit my tongue. Oh, I wish you would have just kept on going, Jemima. Just keep right on going. They're making a story up from the truth and they can't keep the lies straight. Yep. And mixing a mind-altering substance with that is not a good idea. Absolutely. All right. Let's play some more here.
Yep. They have had a very, very difficult week, and there's a lot of things that are going on, for Misty and Brandon, sharing that you even had a miscarriage. It wasn't something that you had to do. And I appreciate you just here being honest with all your feelings and everything, because I know you've had a rough week,
Oh,
So,
yes, I have had rough 2.5 weeks, 3.
right. If you guys have questions, now's the time to ask, because I have pretty much gone through everything. She was here or Misty is here, excuse me, to talk about, the movement in Michael's case, because we want the public to know that there is movement. Even though he turned down the plea agreement and whatever, doesn't mean that there isn't movement. Law enforcement is still working on Michael Vaughan's case. They are trying to make deals. They're making plea agreements. They're doing everything they can right now. There's also a lot of other stuff going on in the background that I will be able to talk about soon, but can't talk about today. And maybe Misty will come back, in a few days when I can talk about it, and we can talk
Maybe.
about it
We'll
again.
see.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty busy. I'm taking care of my mom because of her shoulders.
Yeah.
I'm taking care of my kids. I'm taking care of my auntie who's on oxygen, as you heard the oxygen machine earlier. It's just a big hoo-ha with me. And if I'm at my mom.
Okay. As you heard the oxygen machine earlier, she has to validate what she's saying, which tells me that there is some sort of a lie in there.
Yeah.
And like Sarah said, she added to her answer, or Sally said, I'm sorry, she added to her answer, which tells me that she's being deceptive. I agree with that also.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jemima, I remember hearing part of that. So I watched it on 3 times speed, so I didn't catch everything that was being said. I was just trying to get an idea of what she had said, because I listened to the first 30 minutes on a regular speed that I could understand, but then I put it on 3 times so that I could hear a little bit more before we went live. So on 3 times speed, it's hard to make out a whole lot, but I made out enough. I remember them talking about the tattoos and his build, which is why I found the picture of him laying on the couch in March of 2022. So we'll go back to that when that's brought up again. And I also have the interview that Samantha did with Brandon, where Brandi's daughter, Blue, read her essay, because I heard Misty say Brandon cried after that. I was like, are you serious? Are you serious right now? So I pulled that up too, so we can play that. So when we get to that part, we can listen to Blue's essay, which Brandi said she got 100% on that essay. You go, girl. That essay was amazing. Amazing. It should have gotten 150% in my opinion. But who am I?
Yeah.
So, okay, so we're going to keep playing because I want to try to get to as much as we can. I believe my husband just went to go pick up my daughter and my granddaughter, so we may have less than an hour. So I'm going to hit play.
With around my kids, I'm just saying my youngest is a pain in my butt. He's my mini-me.
Right.
Literally.
So back in 2021, like in July of 2021, were you speaking with Brandon or Sarah and Stacey?
I didn't know Brandon.
You didn't
I
even
didn't
know
Brandon.
Okay.
I didn't even meet Brandon until November, the end of November of last year,
2024. Okay.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
I known Stacey since 2014. Last time. Okay, so I did hear from him like a year ago, ish, when I was on my way to Idaho, Mountain View with my ex to go through his storage. That was the last time, and then in December of last year, he messaged me and asked me out on the date.
Okay. Somebody is asking, how did you meet?
On the date. It was the last Idaho, Mountain View, year ago, ish, when I was on my way to Idaho. From
Okay,
him,
wait,
like
I need to hear
14.
that one more time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
I know him of last year. No, Brandon.
Okay.
I didn't even meet Brandon until November, the end of November of last year,
2024. Okay.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
I known Stacey since 2014. Last time. Okay, so I did hear from him like a year ago, ish, when I was on my way to Idaho, Mountain View with my ex to go through his storage. That was the last time, and then in December of last year, he messaged me and asked me out on the date.
Okay. Somebody is asking, how did you?
Okay, and that was Stacey that reached out, right? Is that what she's saying, that it was Stacey?
That's what it sounds like. Because she kind of gets confused in there.
Right. So in December, he asked her out on a date. Yeah.
So he's
All
dated
right.
Stacey and Brandon? She's dated Stacey and Brandon?
Well, she didn't say if she went out on a date with him or not.
Okay.
Okay, Kelly said apparently Stacey had kicked her out of bed one night and got her kids taken away from her, so there's definitely a past with them. So she does talk more about the time that the police showed up at the door, because she gets very graphic. So like I said, there's trigger warnings all throughout this. She gets very graphic about it, but she said that Stacey. So yeah, I'm almost positive that he was in the shelter in December. I'd have to go back and look at the dates of when he was doing the interviews and stuff. I'll see if I can look at that while we're listening here.
You meet Brandon?
I actually went to well, at the time, I thought they were my friends. I don't talk to them. I don't associate with them. Anyways, long story short, I was helping them pack because they had to be out of their house, and he came down to help them move.
Okay.
And ever since then, we got together.
Right. And you're talking about meeting them through Dan and Jessica Guthrie, correct?
Yes, I just didn't mention names because me and them don't get along.
I know.
Okay, so that's Brandon. She met Brandon through the Guthrie guy, Dan.
Yeah. Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel Guthrie. Okay, so I'm going to go back.
You think she meant Brandon asked her out? Okay. She was kind of a little confusing.
Right. Okay, I want to hear. Okay, so we're going to listen to this part one more time. I didn't meet Brandon until November, the end of November last year, 2024. That's where we're going to start. Okay.
All
And
right.
I've known Stacey since 2014. Don't last time. Okay, so I did hear from him like a year ago ish when I was on my way to Idaho Mountain View with my ex to go through his storage. Um, that was the last time. And then in December of last year, he messaged me and asked me out on a date.
Okay, so she just contradicted herself because she said she heard from him a year ago. That was the last time. But then in December, he messaged her and asked her out on a date. Okay, then we go to Brandon. What did it just do? Go play.
Okay. Somebody is asking, how did you meet Brandon?
I actually went to my well, at the time I thought they were my friends. I don't talk to them. I don't associate with them. Anyways, long story short, I was helping them pack because they had to be out of their house, and he came down to help them move. And
Okay.
ever since then, we got together.
Right. And you're talking about meeting them through Dan and Jessica Guthrie, correct?
Yes, I just didn't mention names because me and
I
them
know.
don't get along.
I know. And that's fine. So someone just
Okay, so Brandon came down to help him move. She was friends with Dan and the female. I don't remember the name already. And so she was over there helping them move because they had to be out of their house. That sounds like a quick eviction type thing. So they were over there trying to help them get out, and then Brandon came down to help also.
Who does she keep saying we're not friends with? I'm not friends with. I don't talk to them anymore. She keeps saying
the Guthries.
Because she really wants us to know that.
Yeah, the Guthries is who she's talking about, because that's what Sam just clarified. Dan and, did she say Amanda Guthrie? And she said, yeah, I wasn't going to say their names because we just don't get along.
Right, but she was willing to tell Brandi's business.
Right, exactly.
I just want to get that straight there. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Documentation. It's all about making notes.
Right.
Right, Kelly? I mean, a whole different level.
Dan and Jessica Guthrie, correct?
Jessica.
Yes, I just didn't mention names because me and them don't get along.
I know. And that's fine. So someone just said thank you for answering that question. Thank you guys all for being really respectful. I appreciate it. Somebody makes a comment, ain't no way I date someone named in a crime like this, nor let them, I think it said.
Okay, for one, when I was starting to see him, I'm just gonna be honest, for one, I didn't really know about it until I heard a conversation one night, and then Stacey messaged me in December, like I said. So, I didn't look, to me, in my eyes and everything, and what I have seen personally.
Okay, wait. So it was Stacey who messaged her a year ago, and that was the last time. But then he messaged her again in December, and that was the last time. And he asked her out on a date. She met Brandon in November at Dan and Jessica's house when they were getting evicted from their house and they needed help moving. She went over to help move, and then Brandon also came over to help them move, and that's when she met Brandon. She didn't know Brandon was a suspect in a homicide case of a child until Stacey told her in December, and she had met Brandon in November. There's the package in a bow.
Nice.
And now I'm lightheaded. Are you kidding me? Why was that so difficult?
Yeah, because she had to put all the word salad in there.
Yes. Make it as confusing as possible. Thank you. Check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she has it all mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Did she not know that Stacey was a suspect too? I wonder if Stacey said Brandon's a suspect, or Brandon and I are suspects, or, I wonder how that conversation went. Brain is scrambled as the eyeliner. Jemima. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe you just said that. Sarah, I put the puzzle together, right? Like, I like puzzles, okay? I like piecing the puzzles together. And I think I pieced it all together so far, right? I still feel like there's big chunks that are missing, though. Oh my goodness. No, don't be sorry. I was just teasing you. Okay, here we go.
Away from Brandon and who he is, he's not a bad person. He was just around the wrong people at the wrong time. And people do make mistakes on having bad friends.
But what about if you guys were dating or whatever, like you said, November of 2024, when did you find out that he was a suspect in Michael's case?
December.
In
when
December.
Stacey messaged me. He's like, that's the guy who's trying to get me in trouble.
Okay.
I said, oh, he got me in trouble in 2015.
Callie has a question, wants to know what happened.
Okay, so Stacey messaged her, and Brandon said, that's the guy who's trying to get me in trouble. Because then she said, oh, that's the guy who did get me in trouble in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
So she knew a month in, and that's being gracious with time.
Right.
But Brandon said, it's not me. I'm the victim. I'm a sweet, innocent little boy. Stacey's the monster. Right? A strange coincidence, Callie. Exactly. And I'll say it again. I don't believe in coincidences. All right, let's keep rolling through here. Oh, we're almost an hour in. We're definitely going to have to do a part 3. This is mind-boggling. I'm going to have a headache by the end of this live stream. Oh my goodness.
What happened with Stacey? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, Callie wants to know what happened with Stacey. Why aren't you guys friends anymore?
What happened with Stacey?
Here it goes.
So in 2015 of March, the night before the cops came, there was only 2 people in the hotel room. I'm gonna explain everything now because it's hard.
They were in March of 2015. There were only 2 people in the hotel room. And the police came to the door the next day.
Already opened on Brooks's talk. So
that's fine. Go ahead.
In 2015, Stacey, Wondra, and Anthony Jones, who is my ex, who is dead now, by the way, which was Stacey's brother from another mother, only knew I was the one in the hotel. No one else knew I was there besides those 2. And then next thing I know, Stacey was on the phone. Next thing I know, there's a knock on the door. Stacey answers it. They asked for me, which it was a guy with a tattoo of a teardrop on one of his eyes. And he asked me if I could go with him, and which my boyfriend in the back, which is Anthony, told me, like whispered to me, be like, not without me. And so I said, not without my boyfriend. And he's like, all right. So we get in the truck, went behind a store, backed up. He had the gun.
Yes.
Cher's changing her live, so I just wanted to let you know, so you don't. So you don't feel rushed.
Okay. Well, we'll see how loud it gets when my grandbaby gets in the door too.
Oh, that's true too. That's true. Okay, but I just want to let you know. Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right. So some dude comes and knocks on the door at this hotel, and there's only 2 people in the hotel, but it's Anthony, Stacey, and Misty in the hotel. That's 3 when I do my math, but there's only 2 people in the hotel, and nobody knew that she was in the hotel room except for Stacey and her boyfriend Anthony, who's dead now. And some guy with a teardrop tattoo comes and knocks on the door and wants her to go with him to a store. Okay. So,
Right.
so Anthony, her boyfriend, says, not without me. So she tells the guy, not without my boyfriend. And he says, all right. So they get in the truck and go to the store. And we're going to keep going, I guess, because that's the story so far. Yeah, Bryn, I need to listen to Brooke's interview too, because my good Lord.
It is confusing. I mean,
it sounds like a whole bunch of drug addicts chasing drugs.
Well, it's as bad as listening to JSB talk.
Yeah, that too. She's mumbling. I'm glad I have the captions on. I
can
most of it.
I can understand her better, but it's still gibberish.
Right.
In my opinion. Allegedly, in my opinion.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. And right, why would she go with this guy? Like, who is this guy? Why would some guy with a teardrop tattoo? And she needed to point that out because that means that you've murdered somebody when you're in prison. So, like, they're in a hotel room, which most of the time, when you lose everything because your addiction takes over, you end up in a hotel room before you end up homeless. So they're in this hotel room. She's a female in there with two guys, and another guy comes and knocks on the door and says, go to the store with me. Oh, I believe you were going to the store. Sure you weren't going to pick up drugs?
Right.
I'm not buying this. Like, I almost want to figure out what happened here and research this case to find out what the documents say from law enforcement, because there's way more to this story that she's telling right now. Right. Yep.
Bullshit.
I agree with you, chat.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. I need that little meme, little GIF, whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in Detroit, that's possible. I don't know. Was her boyfriend her pimp? Was it just a drug thing? We don't know, because she's not going to tell us all that.
Mm-mm. She's just worried that she just wants us to think that Brandon is a sweet boy.
That's right. A sweet, innocent little boy.
Oh, that's right. Little. I left little out.
And innocent.
And innocent. Yeah.
4 words. Sweet little boy. 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Wolfie's in the house. Hey, Wolfie. Sarah jail mom is online doing a business. I believe Sarah too was doing it through Craigslist. She met Adrien, also a pimp. Oh, there's definitely more. Right, Kelly? I know. Oh, Lord. Okay. Give me strength. Here we go.
So we get in the truck, went behind a store, backed up. He had the gun to my head, told me he was going to kill me. And as soon as he said, kill you, my boyfriend in the back seat shot the guy. And I had brains and everything all over me.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. I'm sorry. What?
Huh? I'm saying what? And I'm muted. You couldn't hear me. Like, what? What'd she say?
Okay, so they left. She and her boyfriend, Anthony, who's dead now, left with this guy with the teardrop tattoo that wanted to go to a store. They go behind the store, and the guy pulls out a gun and holds it to her head and says he's going to kill her. As he's doing that, her boyfriend, Anthony, who's dead now, in the back seat, pulls out his own gun and blows the guy's brains all over the vehicle, all over her. I mean, that's what the driver of the vehicle, her boyfriend just shot him.
So, oh my.
And this is tied to Stacey. Stacey was at the hotel room.
So is this an unsolved murder too? Or did she tattle on them?
Right? I don't know. I guess we'll have to keep listening and see how much she tells us. That's why I said, like, I really want to see law enforcement documents now to find out what the facts are, because I know this isn't the facts.
Well, this took a turn.
Right. Welcome in, Wolfie. You came in at a great time.
Wow.
Holy mackerel.
Sarah, you didn't warn us about this. Sarah. Hey, Sarah. You didn't say anything about this.
We didn't know this part was coming.
That's right.
Right.
Lord,
Like,
Sarah.
I'm sure it's nothing that has to do with drugs whatsoever, right? Like,
Oh,
no.
no. Honest people, no.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
Honest, sweet, innocent little children. They're just
Yes.
innocent.
Hmm.
She has great taste in men. I mean, he just blew the guy's head off right in front of her.
Right. Yep.
He was protecting her. He's a hero.
Chicken dinner every time she turns around.
Right. Wow. My gosh.
I don't even know what to say.
And she had children at that time. So she said she has 2 children, 17 and 15. And this happened in 2015. So that was 10 years ago. So they were 5 and 7 years old.
Yeah, where were they at when she was doing all that?
Right, when she was staying in the hotel?
Yeah. Where were her children? I hope they wasn't there.
Like, I'm speechless.
Well,
I
if
hope she
he
didn't leave
wanted
him.
somebody to come out and advocate and talk, make people believe he's a credible person, he sure did not pick the right one to do that.
Right. Can we say major fail?
Yeah, that's
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. That's a great word to explain. Yeah. I would hope not, Sally. Can you imagine if she had the boys and they were at the hotel with Stacey while all of this was happening?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where were they at? I hope they weren't nowhere around that.
Right. Oh my goodness.
I understand they're older now, but
they were 5 and 7 at this time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Now
okay.
The comment she made.
Right.
About
exactly.
her child. There's no telling what. I mean, just like little Summer, there's no telling what she saw.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how much more we can get through here. Jemima, I'm going to look into it. She said his full name, and she said that he's deceased now. The boyfriend, the shooter. So what'd she say it was? Anthony. What'd she say the last name was?
I don't know. I was in too shock about what she was saying.
I know, me too. Okay, I'm gonna rewind my phone and try to find the last name, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit play on here so we can get through some of this.
Okay.
Hear the end of this story, I guess.
Having shockers will never make it to the end.
I know. Holy shit.
Oh.
Don't go into too much detail because YouTube will not like us very much.
Okay, and then the next night, so I'm a stoner. I got it. So at the time of the stoning, there was medical cards. I had my medical cards. Stacey did not. He was smoking all my weed, and he kicked me off the bed because I had to go to work. I worked at night. I was cleaning a store at nighttime, and he kicked me off the bed, and Anthony seen that, and I don't know what happened, but all I heard is, "Don't be smoking my girl's weed." And next thing I know, Anthony went outside. He came back in. Next thing I know, Stacey left, and then got gun points coming into the hotel.
Okay, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's a train wreck. It's a train wreck.
She's a stoner. She had a medical card. She was getting medical marijuana, but Stacey was smoking it all. And she had to go to work, and Stacey kicked her out of the bed. Why was Stacey in the bed with her? And her boyfriend was right there. And her boyfriend's response to her getting kicked out of the bed was, "Don't smoke all my girls' weed."
Yep.
What?
What planet are we on? Did somebody dump us?
Girl.
I'm just asking. That was just one night, right, Sally?
Right.
I can't even imagine.
No children. They were partying at the hotel. Oh, Jemima, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. I have my email and my Facebook link are both in my description box, but I will put them in the chat too. So let's see. And that's my email and my Facebook.
It always seems to be the first thing we worry about when we know there's little ones is, where are the kids? Where were they at?
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's because we're caring adults who care about children that aren't even ours, Oh, Sarah, you're awesome. Sarah sent me the link to the case with Stacey and Anthony.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. So we'll get the actual factual information instead of this
gibberish
kerfuffle mess that she's trying to spew. I'm telling you, my head hurts. Like, seriously.
I need a drink. I need a drink after this one.
A good stiff drink.
A drink. We need a drink.
Yes, a drink with an A, a long A.
That's
not
right. A no with a straw.
Yes. And some ice.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Oh, my gosh. Right? The credibility is out the window, Sally.
Oh.
Like that.
Yeah.
That flew away. Way away. And I understand this was 10 years ago.
But the planet, this is now she's telling about it. That's the thing. Right. It happened 10 years ago, but this is her explanation on it.
Right.
What planet are you on? Are you?
I know, C-Star. Have you ever heard Mandy so speechless? I'm still in shock right there with you. Okay, like, this doesn't happen very often. This needs to be documented that Mandy doesn't know what to say. Like, I don't, and I cannot.
Like, wait, what? Wait, what did I just hear?
Right. I'm sorry, who?
I heard it too, but I was muted. And I was trying to say, wait, what? And I realized, you're muted, dummy.
Wow. And this is just one story that she decided to share with us because somehow Stacey's the bad guy in this.
Yeah.
Right, Wolfie? Exactly. All right. I'm going to go back to where she got kicked off the bed. She was cleaning a store at nighttime.
Right.
And yeah, and here we go. Okay, ready? I don't think I'm ready. I'm not ready, but I'm going to hit play anyway.
And he kicked me off the bed, and Anthony seen that, and I don't know what happened, but all I heard is, "Don't be smoking my girl's weed." And next thing I know, Anthony went outside. He came back in. Next thing I know, Stacey left, and then got gun points coming into the hotel room, saying someone was held hostage.
Right.
No one was, because it was.
Ever since that recording came out that Brooks put out with you talking about all of this incident and everything else, law enforcement ends up coming and talking to you again in Livingston about all of this once they hear that out in the open again, right?
Yeah. So I had a detective called me from here, as in Livingston, to verify it. I was like, dude, to be honest, you guys aren't gonna know nothing anymore, because the person that told me stuff, or I remember, is dead.
Right.
He died in 2022.
Yeah, that's just
in
crazy.
jail.
Damn.
So
That's crazy.
Okay, so Anthony, her boyfriend at the time,
Hi,
died in
Steph.
jail.
Yeah,
Died
He
in
died.
jail
that okay.
in 2022. Sarah, the last thing, whatever you sent me, it says waiting for this message. This might take a while. I don't know why it does that, but sometimes it does and it never comes through. So if you try to send it again, then hopefully it'll show up. But I did get the link for the case. And so I'm going to have to open that and check it out. And we'll discuss that in part 3. Because there's no way we can put that in here right now. My brain isn't functioning correctly. So I wouldn't be able to comprehend the legal documents right now.
Well, we're still in shock over hotel and shooting.
Right. Oh my gosh. Hi, Steph. 67. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We might end up needing to go to the jungle tonight just to end this live stream out with a jungle dance because
Sounds like it. It sounds like that's where we've been.
right. I mean, right, his cause of death in jail. You know, it's not very often that people die in jail. Usually it's because they swallow drugs because they, get arrested with drugs on them and they think they can swallow them and then vomit them up later or shit them out later. And whatever they swallow them in leaks and they overdose.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a common thing that happens. I'm not saying that is what happened here. I'm just saying.
Or they get killed.
Right. Well, that's not really common in county jail, though. I mean, that's more prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he was in county jail in 2022, but I mean, she said jail, but she could have meant prison.
Yeah, who knows?
Right.
At this point.
Holy moly. All right, let's find out what the next subject is. Let's see if we have more of this story or if we go to another subject. Buckle up, Buttercup, if you're not already.
Let's hear the rest of the story.
Right.
And that's the history with me and Stacey. And he made me hit bottom rock. He made me lose my kids. He said, do you know how on one of someone's videos, just asking, on someone's videos, they were talking about, Sarah was talking about how a girl from Montana, he got mad at her for no reason. That's me that they're talking about. And got her kids taken away.
He actually mentioned you in another live?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
wow.
Sarah did.
Oh, Sarah did. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so Stacey got her children taken away from her. It wasn't because of her own actions.
Right, yeah. It's always somebody else getting, like Don Nim said, who got his kids taken away. What do you say?
The psychics.
Right.
And the YouTubers. The YouTubius.
That's the reason he don't have his kids.
Right.
So now she's blaming somebody else too.
Because the police were called to the hotel because they thought somebody was being held hostage. Is that what that story was? Like, I'm still confused on the very, very end of that story.
Yeah. Confucius.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. And Sarah brought her up and said that Stacey got mad at her for no reason and got her kids taken away. I don't remember Sarah saying that in the TikToks, but it's been a while since I've watched Sarah's TikToks. So we're definitely going to have to do that too. I definitely want to review.
TikTok's still up?
Yeah. She's in prison. So unless she gives somebody her login information to take them down.
That's true. Yeah.
I would think that they're still up. And they were, I watched them like over a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not up, I have screenshots and some screen recordings. I couldn't record everything because she did videos all the time, and she babbled about a whole lot of nothing most of the time. But yeah. So I do have some screenshots from them and a few screen recordings. So if they're not up, I have that much, a little bit that we can review. But I still feel like we should try to review if they're available.
Okay.
Okay, so he was a confidential informant, and he told on her for drugs, and so CPS took the kids. So it wasn't her fault because she was taking drugs. It was his fault because he told on her about taking drugs.
Right.
Gotcha. I mean, that's the same thing when you get pulled over for speeding and it's the cop's fault that you got a speeding ticket. It wasn't your fault. It was his fault because he pulled you over.
Yeah, or the bartender for giving you too many drinks. Now you got a DUI.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Sarah spoke to PJ Vision from jail. When did she do that, Jemima? I didn't know that. How did I not know that? I mean, to be fair, I don't watch PJ and Dolly, but I've never caught wind of that. Was that recently, or was it back when Stacey was doing his rounds? Very interesting. See, we're going to have to check that out too. Okay,
you got a notebook? You writing it down?
Girl, you already know.
All right. Bad as me and my timestamps.
Right? That was one of the things that Sam and I talked about last night, because she said, I'm old. I use pen and paper and I have tons of notebooks. And I was like, girl, hold on. I turned my camera on. My laptop booted me, like turned my camera off, my audio off, because it was overload having my camera on, I guess. But I was trying to show just the stack of notebooks that I have behind me right now.
Right. Yep.
I was like, I understand. Understand. It's on Dolly. Okay, I'm going to look into it. I wrote it down. Thank you. I didn't know that. I'm definitely going to have to. So we're going to have to do a live stream where we review her TikToks and her interview with PJ, I guess. Okay. From jail, from prison. I was not aware of that. Oh, okay. Seriously, my head hurts. Okay, here we go. Oh, my grandbaby's home too. All right.
So somebody wanted to know, they had a question and was wondering, even though you didn't know that Brandon was a suspect in Michael's abduction, did you ever hear about Michael's abduction?
I didn't even hear about it until then. I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, same with me, actually. When I got asked to start doing lives on Michael, I didn't know who he was either. So, and that in itself, is the reason why I'm like, oh, wow, this is in Idaho. This is like right next to me. I should have heard about this, and I hadn't. And it was one of the reasons why I was so, wanting to make sure that he got some awareness, because I couldn't believe that I hadn't heard about it. I actually confused him with another little boy who came up missing in Idaho while he was camping. I think it was like the Devore case or something. But people were asking other questions. I can scroll up too. Thank you for sharing that with us about, Stacey too. I know you and him do not get along and you think he's a monster,
I want, dude, you should have heard the sheriff's mouth when I got arrested in the hotel room, because they all know me here and they know how honest I am, blunt I am.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What did she just say?
Oh my gosh. Did she really just say that?
What did she just say?
Hold on, let me rewind that.
What did you say? No, she didn't say what I thought she said.
Oh my goodness.
We should all be that way. We should all be that honest.
And somehow CPS still took her children. I mean, can you even imagine?
She's right about it. They probably all do know her.
Right.
But she's on. It's not because of her honesty.
There's always a little bit of truth in every lie. Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Just a little bit.
That's right.
All right, here we go.
the sheriff's mouth when I got arrested in the hotel room because they all know me here and they know how honest I and blunt I am.
Yeah.
Ready then.
So there is a question. So how did I get my kids taken away? How did Stacey?
So that's what she said. You heard it correctly. And now, how did I get my kids taken away? How did Stacey get my kids taken away?
Mhm.
Honest I and blunt I am.
Yeah.
So there is a question. So how did I get my kids taken away? How did Stacey? So to be honest, I am in recovery. Stacey I used to go get high with Stacey. He got my kids taken away because they found a whole bunch of baggies, empty baggies. They found needles, which I didn't touch needles. They found a whole bunch of white. He was on felony probation because of the crime that happened in 2015.
Have there been any rumors that you?
I'm sorry, huh? If you're going to be honest about being in recovery, why not be fully honest about it? If there were needles, but they weren't yours, they're never yours, right? They're always somebody else's. I'm the innocent victim. Those aren't mine. Empty baggies and needles. So that's why the children were taken away. Tammy, are you there? Are you muted? Are you talking?
Did you lock the front door?
No? Okay.
They found a whole bunch of baggies, empty baggies. They found needles, which I didn't touch needles. They found a whole bunch of white. He was on felony probation because of the crime that happened in 2015.
Have there been any rumors that you've heard regarding Michael's abduction?
No, not in the state of Montana. Like I said, I didn't even know about it until in December.
Somebody else here wants to know, where's Brandon now?
He's still working. And I can't text or I will get thrown off of this chat.
He's still working, but she doesn't say where he is. Like, she refuses to state his location. I've noticed that this is not the first time that she said that he was working, but she said that he had left to go with Eric and was only supposed to be gone for 2 days, but couldn't get away home. So now he's working? Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah, she said she's blunt and honest, Jemima. Yes. And zero accountability. I mean, why? I don't understand why everybody thinks that it's best to push everything off on other people instead of accepting responsibility for their own flipping actions. Welcome back, Tammy. Tammy? Oh, she must be away from her desk. And he left to make a better life for himself. Right.
Yes. I'm sorry, I had to step away just a second.
No, you're fine. At first I thought I got booted because I was on the YouTube screen and not the StreamYard stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I keep muting because, you know, my girls are back now, and so it's a little bit louder in the background now. So,
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. All right. I guess we're gonna keep playing here a little bit longer and see what else she has to say. We're almost at an hour, you guys. Almost at an hour.
Woo-hoo, that's a record.
Right? Only another hour to go.
Yeah, I only got 20 minutes into my video I showed Wednesday night. So we only have 2 hours, and I think it's a 2 hour and 40-minute video.
Well, you know, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I mean, we've been live for 4 hours, and we started out at 12 minutes in, and we're almost an hour in. So it's taken us 4 hours to get this far this time, and that was in a rush. We've been rushing to try to get through this one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, we're on a roll. All right. Meet Me in Montana. Is it a hideout for criminals? Right, C-Star? Oh my gosh.
I like that song.
You can't work for 2 days and make your life better. This is where she lost any inch of credibility with my ass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's full of it, honestly. Like, to hear everything. First of all, I don't like to hear people say, to be honest, and I caught myself just now saying honestly myself, because I'm hearing her say to be honest so much.
Well, this
I
is the
don't
second person that's come out in a case that's full of it.
Right. Yep. Not a main player in the case,
Mm-hmm.
but they know the main players in the
Mm-hmm.
case.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he left.
First case.
So he left her or left Montana to make a better life for himself, Sarah. My brain hurts right now. I'm sorry. Like, my brain legit hurts right now.
Wasn't the work judge orders, though. Oh. So he has to work, like, does he have to work so many hours a week, or does he have to work at a certain place? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not for sure. Hi, Claudia.
I know she scrambled. I know.
Yeah, legit. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
My brain right now is going wah
yes,
wah wah wah.
uh-huh, yeah. I'm
Like,
still back
I'm
there in the hotel.
right. Me too. I'm stuck in the truck.
I'm trying to
Like,
get out of that rut that I was in back there. Oh
I
my
don't
God.
understand. Okay,
I
we're gonna force ourselves
force ourselves.
force
Focus.
ourselves to focus on. I want to get to at least an hour. We have 3 minutes to go. Less than 3 minutes
Okay,
to get to
focus.
an hour.
Well,
We can do this.
we can do it.
Teamwork. We're a squad.
That's,
We got this.
that's right. Let's go.
Everybody ready? Ready or not?
Here we go. Buckle up.
Yeah, don't do any texting.
We already learned that with me.
I know. So somebody else wanted to know, like, we know that Brandon is working. I think people want to know if you know where Brandon is. Like, do you know where he is?
I feel like I do know where he is, but I feel like no, he doesn't need that. He's already going to step up and talk.
Yeah, because we've got someone saying working down in Kuna, or yeah, I think people are wanting to know where he is. Like, do you know where he is?
I feel like I do know where he is, but I feel like no, he doesn't need that. He's already going to step up and talk.
Yeah, because we've got someone saying working down in Kuna, or yeah, I think people are wanting to know where he is.
I think that's personal, and he's going to go talk. And I think people need to think about when he does go talk, because I got him to talk to Samantha. By the way, you guys, I helped a lot of it. After how many years, I got him to get on another show.
Pat her on the back. Yay, Misty.
There it is. There's that.
Good job, Misty. Good job. Thank you.
There it is. Y'all haven't recognized her, so she is going to point that out.
And that clap is all you get. I'm sorry. Thank you. Brandon came on and spewed a bunch of shit. I didn't believe any word that came out of his mouth either. But, I'm going to say, at least he talked. That's great. At least she talked. That's great. Right. There's your cookie. Thank you so much. Now, why doesn't she want to say where he is and what he's really doing?
Well, she just keeps saying that's personal, but so was Brandi's business, but she was quick to want to put it out there.
Exactly.
It's only personal when it's somebody she don't want to give the talk about, but if it's somebody else, she's willing to just put it out there.
Yep. Okay, so Oh my goodness. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're going to try. We're almost at 1 hour.
Okay.
We're going to try to survive this. Right, she's honest, but it's personal. But we should just be focused on when he goes to talk to law enforcement. So when is he going to go talk to law enforcement, Misty?
Mm-hmm.
If that's what we need to focus on, then let's focus on that. When? Date and time? When is it his appointment?
If she's worried about personal stuff, she gave us way too much TMI as it is. And you just get back to
Right. Where's your level of personal? You know, like where does that go? Because I'm having a hard time finding that line. Good night, Grace Paris. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out.
I'm just saying, like, he doesn't need the harassment. Please don't start blowing him up. Please don't be negative towards him. That's all I'm gonna ask you, because I do know Brandon. He'll back off.
Right.
He gets that way. He will back off if something happens.
He'll back off because he's a bitch boy, in my opinion, allegedly.
He's a little boy. Mm.
That's why I said she got one thing right. He is a little boy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She got that part right.
All right, here we go.
He gets negative if he gets. It's who he is. He wears his heart on his sleeve, as I've been trying to say.
Sarah Suspicious says, does law enforcement know where he is?
I don't know. Last I knew, they were getting a hold of me to get a hold of him and his mom. And last I knew, they were going to go talk to the person. They just have to get a hold of the person that they are going to go talk to. Like, me and him talk every day, but we don't talk about the same thing.
Right. So has law enforcement contacted you again then since the plea deal, and asked you anything or talked to you about anything that you want to share?
So I have talked to an officer. I don't know if he's an officer or a detective. Me and him actually have had quite a bit of contact, because I'm trying to help Michael get home or be found. And I do feel about Michael being gone, because I can imagine if my kids were gone. Brandi's got one of a kind. Keep it going, girl. It's hard. But
Yeah, she is.
Man,
got a lot of strength and
she's
stuff.
a fighter. She is
She
one
is.
of a kind. And I do want to say something to Blue, if Brandi's on. I really loved your poem, your essay. And that hit Brandon in the spot too, because he cried after that.
Aw. Well, that's good. I'm glad he's like showing some feelings about it and stuff. I know he was a little bit nervous even coming up on the live, but I really appreciated that he let Blue, like, because I asked him if it was okay if she read that, and he said yeah, you know, and then he spoke afterwards and stuff. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the interview that she did with Brandon, where Sam called Brandi and Blue read her essay. And I'm going to play that. Let me see if I'm in the right spot. Yep, right here.
So if law enforcement went to her to find out where he's at, then they know where he's at if she told them.
Right. And she didn't want to say, which makes me think that she probably did. But I think law enforcement knows anyway. I think law enforcement has been following Brandon and Adrien. They know where Sarah and Stacey are, you know. So they just have to follow Brandon and Adrien. So that's why I said I don't think Adrien is quite the ninja that he thinks he is.
Well, if she told him, hey, he's here, then that means they know. So I don't know why she didn't just say, yeah, they know because I told them.
Right.
Instead of dancing around it with, well, I don't know if they know because this person told this person.
Well, unless she doesn't want Brandon to know. I think Brandon is listening. If he's not there, he's listening. So that's why I think that, you know, she doesn't want Brandon to know what she told law enforcement, because he wasn't there when law enforcement came to talk to her.
Right.
I don't think he's locked up, Wolfie. I think if he was, we would know. The super sleuths would have been all over that. I think.
The super sleuths.
That's right. You know how true crimers are. You don't
That's
mess
right.
with us. You can't lie to us about anything. Because if you do, we'll know and we'll find the truth if it's available.
Yeah. And find other stuff that's not supposed to be available.
Right. Exactly. That's what Stacey got so mad about. Right, Jemima? I wonder if he's in Daddy's hot tub again, popping cans.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. That's where he went the first time. All that Ellie needs to do is get a search warrant for her phone. That's why I'm saying, Wolfie, I think she's going to become a witness. She doesn't realize it yet, but she's going to. I think she's going to have a subpoena to sit on the stand. So, okay, so Brandon did join Samantha. Let's see what date this was. February 24th, 2025. And she put in the description here. I want this to be clear because she brought this up last night. She said he's ready to tell his side of the story. Brandon wanted to tell his side of the story. I don't know if Brandon is innocent or guilty. I don't know his involvement, if any, or what he says is true or not. I only know he needed and wanted a safe place to speak. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate you. So that's her view on this. She's not saying that he's innocent. She's not supporting Brandon because she thinks he's innocent.
Right.
She's giving him a safe place to come up and answer questions, even some of the hardball questions. You know, she threw a little bit at him. I know I was in that chat when it was live. So, right, a hostile witness. Ooh. So
I think she's made all of us hostile with her little stories.
I'm telling you, hostiles being kind. Yeah, she said Brandon didn't know that she was doing the interview, but I don't believe that either. I think he was either there or listening. I really do. She said she had two phones and she came up on two different phones, and she said she was live on one and watching the chat on the other, and then her picture changed, which makes me think that she came up on the other phone, and maybe because that's when the phone call started, maybe Brandon called her then, and that's when it kicked her off panel on the one phone, so she had to call Sam from the other phone. And why does she have two phones anyway?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Usually drug dealers have two phones. I'm just saying.
She's that important. I guess she has to have two phones.
Or promiscuous women who want to keep things private.
Promiscuous. That's a big word.
I know, right? That's right. A burner phone. Yes. Promiscuous women might have a burner phone to hide what they're doing. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I just have one phone, so I don't know.
Allegedly.
Right? A burner to talk to Brandon. Very possible. And she just said, like, she ruined it right there. She said she had two phones, so now law enforcement knows that she has two phones. So she can't deny it, you know?
Right.
So now they both can be subpoenaed with a warrant. And she can get in trouble if she doesn't provide evidence in a homicide case. So there's that. And my daughter laid my grandbaby down for bed. So
what?
Yeah.
That's early for her.
I know. So we'll see if she goes to sleep. I'm gonna have to go peek on her while we're playing this. So I'm gonna let this play all the way through. It's only a few minutes. I'm not gonna wake her up. I'm just gonna go peek on her and see if she went to sleep.
Wake her up, Mimi. Don't you wake her up and say, "Oh darn, she's awake."
She'll be a grumpy butt if I wake her up if she just fell asleep.
Then Mimi will have to watch.
That's right. I'm no dummy. I know how this works.
Yep, that's right.
So I'm going to let this play all the way through, though. This is Blue's essay. This is Monkey's older sister, Blue, and this is her essay. Samantha's calling Brandi on the phone while Brandon is on panel so that Blue can read this essay to Brandon and to all of us.
So we get to hear it.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And I'm not going to pause it midway. I'm just going to let it play. It's only a few minutes. So
Okay.
I want to give her the respect of just letting it play.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
You know, to get Michael home. So
Right.
I'm going to call Brandi on Messenger because that's the only way I ever really speak with her.
Okay.
And then we'll let Blue read what she has to read. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna call Brandi real quick.
Yeah, and honestly, this is something that I've personally been, wanting to do for quite some time. And
Hello.
Hi, Brandi.
Hi.
So I saw in chat that Blue wants to read something to Brandon, and he's agreed to listen to that. If you want to put her on and let her read it, Brandon, could you hear Brandi when she's talking right now?
Yes, ma'am. Good to meet you both, and hello.
Well, I really appreciate you guys letting her speak. She is 18 years old, and this is her decision. She was listening to the live, and she wanted to let you hear her her final senior paper. Oh, it's not my senior paper.
Awesome.
Okay, so it's a literacy narrative I have to write for a college course. Oh, sorry. And so I wanted to share my story on how I learned to deal with grief. And so I wrote this essay. It's quite long, but I hope y'all are okay with that.
That's fine.
That's fine.
All right. Am I good to start reading whenever?
Yep, go for it, girlfriend.
All right, so it is called The Cycle of Grief. It was a summer to remember. Things at home were starting to get better. Mom had just started a new job and planned to save for a new house. I was about to start high school and excited to be participating in the color guard. A smell of fresh air early in the morning. It was crisp and the sun was hanging low. Little did I know that it would be the last time I ever saw my brother. That day after color guard practice, I decided to go spend a few hours at a friend's house. I let my stepdad know I was leaving, and he asked me to watch my sister for a few minutes. Time passed, and my stepdad came into the room asking for Michael. He's not in here, I say with a confused look on my face. He became frantic, tearing the house up looking for my brother. I was mostly unbothered as Michael had a tendency to wander off or hide from us. I joined in the search, and when he didn't come up, my nerves felt like they had climbed out of my chest. Suddenly, my friend's dad appeared outside, and I told my stepdad to call me when he found Michael. About an hour or so later, I received a call from my mom. I need you to come home right now. Your brother's missing. Once I got to my neighborhood, there were hundreds of people walking up and down the streets. Michael, Monkey, a mix of his name and nickname, rang out in the crowds. When I reached my house, the front lawn had that fresh cut scent. It was like just that morning he had helped our mom mow the lawn. I could feel the tightness of my shirt, the hot air making it almost unbearable. Inside the house, I immediately scooped up my baby sister, placing her on my hip. I gave my other brother a soft look. Are you okay? His response was a teary-eyed smile up at me. He had never looked so sad before. The guilt seemed to be trapped inside of him. I brushed his long blonde hair off of his face and reassured him, it's not your fault, and it never will be. I turned my head to see a tall man in uniform scanning the halls and rooms through my house. So I'm assuming you're the mom? The officer in my living room chimed in. I gave him a shocked but stern look. No, but I'm her oldest. What's going on? He looked almost disturbed at my question. He told me that they had searched all of the bedrooms to bathrooms, anywhere a little guy could have hidden or fallen asleep. Michael was nowhere to be found. This is when the real panic set in. I ran out the front door, down the steps, and to the left of my front porch. That was where I finally found my mom. Her long red hair was pulled back, and she looked exhausted. I could hear the pain in her voice, which was already becoming hoarse. Mom! The fear in my eyes was more apparent than ever. She pulled me into a quick hug. I promise if that's the last thing I do, we will find him. She let me go and took off in search of him again. For a while, I stayed outside, standing in the driveway and watching the sea of people pass us by.
I willed myself to search the house once more after it was finally empty. I went in through the garage and immediately started calling out for Michael. The house was completely empty, but that wasn't the worst of it. It felt empty, like things were missing. I walked through the laundry room, the hallway connecting our rooms. Monkey, I called out. I reached my parents' bedroom. I was so incredibly focused on finding him. I crawled under the bed, practically begging for him. It's not funny anymore, baby. It's time to come out. I managed to choke out between sobs. Eventually, I joined my mom outside again. Some faces that passed were familiar, and many would become familiar later. I was questioned by the police. I don't remember the officer's name, only that she took me into my room where I was comfortable. I gave her my story, and she left. I sat on the porch for a while after that. Hours passed, and I couldn't move, speak, or cry. A blur of text messages and phone calls came in, and all I could do was watch. My whole world had just been flipped upside down. My first day of high school came quickly, and my brother was still the talk of the town. I was not handling it well at all. My freshman year went by in a blur of tears and waiting. I was constantly trying to find answers, and sometimes I would picture his face, his blue eyes and big toothy grin, and I would hear his laugh at random moments. This was the year of my denial. I couldn't believe something like that could happen, yet I was taking care of my mom, my siblings, everyone close to me in the situation. It was like I couldn't afford to be sad. I had to keep it together. Eventually, I grew tired of my mom. I begged her to be normal again, to pick us up from school with the music blasting and our windows down. You're allowed to feel sad, Mom, but you can't wallow in it forever. I'd tell her that multiple times over the years, and each time she would become more understanding. It felt like I lost my mom along with my brother that day. The smell of beer was on her breath anytime I was near her. She had always been a drinker, but after he went missing, it was like she couldn't stop herself. This was her state of denial and an extremely unhealthy coping mechanism. The rest of my school year went on without much news, but I continued to be questioned along with the rest of my family. We all took it in different ways, but the first year was the hardest. After summer, my life started to feel normal again. I could go about my day without feeling completely tethered to what happened. If someone tried to talk to me about it, I would simply just be angry. Rage would bubble up, my heart would pound, but I would simply suppress the feeling. That happened to you? I'm so sorry, they would tell me, and all I could say back was, that's none of your business. Without therapy or counseling, I was going through this process on my own. It was scary, but to me, it was better than being harmed. November 12th, 2022 would change that. Hey kiddo, I heard all that's going on at home. How are you holding up? My phone chimed with a text from a friend that had graduated the year before. I had asked how they knew, and in response I got, it's on the news, plus my family lives close by. I was confused. I had yet to hear about this from anyone in my family or the news. I called my mom and demanded to know what was going on. They're digging up a yard in the subdivision near our house. They think that's where Michael was buried. My heart stopped. Apparently there had been 4 suspects named in Michael's case following a tip from someone inside that house. My anger began to melt, and all I could do was deny it once again. I refused to believe that he could be dead, let alone buried in a yard 5 minutes from us. The bargaining was the worst. When we find him, I swear I'll never leave him alone again. I'll play with him every day, just bring him home, was always a thought in my brain. We had spent hours, days, weeks searching for him. Now I was being told on the very little hope that I had left. Winter break went into the new year, and I was beginning to fall into a deep depression. I had dealt with mental health issues in the past, but this was the worst I had been in my entire life. I couldn't eat, I could barely sleep, and I couldn't do my homework. I continued to go in circles of denial, anger, bargaining, and depression. I would take all of this out on the people that loved me, and it was specifically my dad. When 2023 started, everything flew by. April came faster than ever, and I sat down with my dad on our front porch. I explained that he was the only normal part of my life left, and he said something that really stuck with me. Your life will never be normal again, and you are going to have to live with that. If you keep taking care of everyone else, you'll never take care of yourself. A realization I hadn't had yet. I was pushing my grief process back by being the pillar of my mom's support system. So I came up with a plan. I would talk to both of my parents about how I was feeling and get 2 different responses. My mom was still drinking heavily, so getting much out of her without her breaking down wasn't easy. She did push through eventually, and she realized just how much she was hurting her kids without having to lay a hand on them. Junior year was when I finally had started to accept my situation. It had happened, and it had continued to get bigger. This was a year of waiting, hoping the suspects would be charged, caught, anything to bring justice to my brother. I had wanted nothing more than to just move on with my life. I had made new friends, and they had helped me through some more of my grief process. Mom's drinking continued to get worse, but I decided to stop making her problems my problems. I had finally learned that I couldn't fix everything, and that sometimes people need to do things on their own. I felt this constant need to be taking care of someone, even if I wasn't taking care of myself. At this point, I had learned to recognize when I was entering a state of depression. I could take breaks and think about how to get my mind off of it. So instead of dealing with my family's problems, I dealt with my friends. One of those friends was McCall. We had become close during color guard, and she had been there to help me pull me out of my deep depression. I had helped her get out of a toxic friendship the year prior, so in a way, she felt like my sister. I was less focused on the issues with my family and more on the issues with hers. When her family got into some trouble, they had decided to stay in a very dangerous home. The day this happened, my phone rang. Hey, can you bring me some school clothes in the morning? McCall was on the other end was shaky. Of course I can. Where are you? I asked, hoping she was safe. This was when she broke down, saying she wasn't safe where she was staying. I refused to let her stay there and immediately picked her up. I'm here now. Nothing's going to happen to you, I told her when she got in the car. Her small frame was still shaky, like she couldn't get the feeling of that house off of her. Her big brown eyes were red and puffy, but she seemed relieved when we drove away. My family and I took her in, taking care of anything she needed. It felt nice to have another person in the house. Of course, nobody could replace Michael, but it felt like we had a new addition. During this time, my mom's drinking continued to get worse. She would do interviews and such on the internet, so bringing awareness to Michael's case, but no awareness to her drinking problem. McCall had also recognized this, and we got through it together. We kept quiet when we needed to and enjoyed ourselves when we could. Life truly seemed to have gotten better. The summer before my senior year, we had noticed how sick my mom was. My stepdad had finally convinced her to see a doctor, and it turned out that she had cirrhosis of the liver. This meant that her liver was no longer functioning the way it should have, and she could have died if she had waited any longer. After losing Michael, her addiction had truly gotten worse. My mom quit drinking, and all of a sudden her world was more clear. Of course, she was still sick, but the years of being numbed by alcohol and not being able to remember yesterday's events were over. She turned a new page. I could talk to her about how her addictions made me feel, and she wouldn't lash out or blame me. She apologized over and over again. While we continued to wait for more real justice, she has become the mother I needed my entire life, someone that I could talk to about my issues, someone I can truly confide in. The past 6 months, even without my brother, have been some of the best times of my life. Her being sober was all I wanted for 12 years, and I had finally got it. Justice isn't far behind us, with the charges for all 4 suspects in Michael's case already written up. This brought true promise and healing into our household. We miss Monkey every single day that he isn't with us. Grieving him was the worst part of it, but being able to accept that he truly is gone has made life easier. It was a long and demanding process, but we have finally come to a new normal. Learning how to deal with losing a loved one was such a difficult process. Life won't ever be the same, but we continue to push through and raise awareness for missing children. We no longer have to sit and wait for answers because we have gotten them over years of processing. Never completely go away. We'll just get quieter. He may be gone, but he is still my little brother, a joyful, loud, silly, and chaotic little boy that deserved to grow up. Continuing to live my life with a free spirit, that is exactly what he would have wanted me to do. So every day that I am still here, he will be with me. I love you. So, that is our truth. Mr. Shurtliff, if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here.
This past 1,308 days. So I will let you all go and have a good day.
Well, I just want to thank Blue. I want to thank you for, reading that beautiful, heartfelt, tearful, just amazing letter. You are a very strong, beautiful young woman, and thank you so much for sharing that with us. And Brandi, thank you for allowing her to share that and share difficult times, with her talking about you and your drinking and stuff. Thank you for allowing her to share everything. I will let Brandon speak to you guys also about hearing that in just a moment. I can't even find my words.
Yeah.
A moment. So, I'll let Brandon speak on it here in a second, and then you guys can listen. Thank you so much, Blue, for sharing that with us. And it's beautiful, and you did an amazing job. Like, you tell the whole story, and our hearts are with you guys. Our hearts are always, I know my heart is here at Missing PNW Samantha, whatever you want to call me, Blue. I just, I love you guys so much. I'm always thinking and praying about you guys and Michael and, your mom's health and everything. So thank you so much for sharing that with us, love. We really appreciate it so much.
Well, thank you for letting me share my perspective on the story. That's why I wrote the essay, was to give my perspective, because everybody's heard from my mom and everybody's heard from news, But nobody's heard about anything from the kids. Right. So I thought that would be something good to get out there since I'm old enough.
Right? Right? Well, good job, love. And I know that must have been hard reading and stuff. And we appreciate it so much, honey. Thank you. I bet it was. I'm a writer too. So your heart and your feelings are into it at the moment of writing. All right, honey. I'm gonna let you go and then I'll let Brandon talk and you guys can sit back and watch the rest of the live, okay? Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I thought I would just let you, speak about that for a second, about her letter or her essay.
Yeah. First things first, I want to say is that's not easy or fun thing to be going through, and she did a very good job with her paper on writing that, and I hope that her mother gets feeling better soon and well, and my heart and prayers go out for it. And it's a pretty sad story just hearing it like that was written out on paper, and definitely life altering, things, not just easy things to go over. And I can understand depression, I can understand drinking, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, because honestly I've struggled with some of those kind of things before myself, and it's not good. So I really just hope that he is found, comes back, and becomes part of a life, and the grieving cycle to go over all that. I've recently had loved ones in my life that have passed away and gone on to heaven or this or that or wherever the spirit goes when the body and mind soul leave the body. But my heart just really goes out, and it's very sad. And I did have tears of my own and different things. It's not just a easy thing to go over who did this or who did that. This is someone's life. This is a family's life, and there's anything that I've gone through, they've gone through it like 100 times worse. And I'm gonna do my best to just find out more what I can, help. It's just a lot to go over, a lot to think about. Just
Yeah, it is. And I appreciate you so much for, wanting to hear it, you were getting ready to get down off panel, and thank you so much for, staying with us long enough to hear her read that. I know that was probably hard for you to hear. And again, I want to thank you for Brandi and the Vaughan family, for Monkey, and everyone in chat. Thank you so much for.
Whew. All right. See why I wanted to just let it play through? There was so much information in there, and
he don't know
that I definitely wanted to play Brandon's response, because exactly, Sarah, he did not cry after that.
Oh.
He spoke just fine. With no tears, no sniffles, no nothing. I'm sitting over here with tissue, and he's sitting there making bangs and noises in the background.
Yeah, I was wondering who was doing that.
Yeah, it was him, coming from his microphone anyway. So, where did he cry?
And he don't understand nothing.
No. And he's a drinker himself. So he said, honestly, I've had some trouble, with drugs and drinking.
Right.
That was his little bit of truth in there with the rest of the bullshit. Yeah, I don't have tissue right now. I have paper towel though. That's what I got up and grabbed. But I mean, that was the first time that we had really heard that Brandi was struggling with drinking, and coming from
yeah.
Right, coming from her child's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I think everything happens for a reason, you know, and I think that when I heard her say that, it was like, okay, it's making more sense, you know, like I understand losing Monkey has got to be the hardest thing. Like I would never wish that upon anybody. But as Blue said, she finally has the mother now that she's wanted for the last 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine. And
all
of this,
any kind of, that didn't affect him in any way.
no,
that tells me what kind of person he is.
right. Like I'm sitting over here getting goosebumps all up and down my body and chills and tears and snotting, and you know, he's just sitting there banging shit around.
Yeah, Sarah, his choice of words, I know this ain't fun. Why would you even say that?
Right. Exactly. And Witchy Mama brought us all ice cream sundaes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Snacks.
Thank you, Witchy Mama, because we definitely need some ice cream after our tears now.
And snacks. Hey,
That's right.
Has it got alcohol in the ice cream?
If not, we can put some in it.
After this live, we may need it.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. This has been a roller coaster of emotion tonight.
So how long was how long did she just talk to him? How long did she have him up there?
Well, he's about to hop off at 1 hour and 32 minutes. And I'm pretty sure they started the stream with him on the panel.
Okay.
Yeah, so 1 hour and a half.
Okay.
But it was still a bunch of bullshit.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, I haven't reviewed these interviews because I don't want to break up any relationships that Samantha has built with people. So I haven't reviewed them.
Right.
Because I know I'm not going to be nice, you know? I know I'm not. Hearing those words come out of their mouth, I know what I was saying when I was listening to this live as it was happening. Mm-hmm. So I knew I couldn't review it. I knew when Brandi approached Stacey, I definitely could not review that one. And so I thought I would do a decent job with myself, with my mouth, on this one with Misty. But I didn't hear a whole lot of the details that Misty was saying before I hit the go live button. Right. And so here we are.
That's the kind of Sunday you want, liquor works.
I remember having cream de mint. My mom made me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was really good. I haven't had that for a long time. That's what I thought of when you asked if it had alcohol in it.
I know, Starflower. Yeah, I know.
Well, and I don't drink. I mean,
I don't either. I'm just
we're not gonna drink, but that's how we feel at the end of this.
Yeah.
You know, that's how it feels. Like we need something to numb our minds a little bit, you know, because it's just a mind fuck. Bottom line, point blank, bluntly, that's what this is. In this whole interview that Misty gave, I guess. I mean, my brain hurts.
Well, I mean, I wasn't directing that toward Brandi. I didn't even know that she drank until this minute. This minute is when I found out.
And honestly, I had forgotten. You know, I listened to it.
I didn't know at all. So
right. I had listened to it when it was live, but it was like that. Blue was the only one who spoke about it. You know, I haven't heard anybody else speak about it. I think out of respect for Brandi, it's her personal life, you know, and so I had forgotten that was what was happening. My focus on is Brandi is sick. Brandi needs to get better.
Yeah.
You know, that's my focus. Everybody struggles with something, you know, and And like I said, I feel like everything for a reason. And in every bad situation, I try to find a good something about it, and up until Blue's essay, I couldn't figure out why would this happen to this family, like, how is this going to better their lives, in any way, shape, or form? How is this going to better their lives?
Mm-hmm.
And now we know. Right, Jemima, I know. And I mean, Samantha's definitely good with her words. She's definitely looking at no negative, only positive when she's having these people on panel.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad they found her, Sarah. That's good.
Wait, what? That's what I was just reading. My cousin was kidnapped at 13. It was a nightmare, and time stood still. Thankfully, my aunts did law enforcement's job and found her in the nick of time. She was left for dead. I was 8. Oh my gosh. See, I can't imagine.
Mm-hmm. You're right, C-Star. Recovery is courageous and brave. It is.
Absolutely. I mean, it takes a strong person. I have always said that. I give so much credit to anybody who is in recovery, no matter what your addiction is, because addiction is so hard to break. The addiction takes over your whole entire life, and it becomes your only priority. And it's hard to focus on anything else other than that addiction.
Right.
And, that's why you always hear about people losing their children when they're in active addiction, and losing their homes and their jobs and their cars and their families. And, because the addiction becomes the priority. And addiction, the way I see it, addiction is the devil. And if you're in recovery, you have beat the fucking devil. Okay. Like, that is the most courageous thing that you can do, in my opinion. I've seen people at their rock bottom. I mean, the lowest of the low places that they had ever been in their entire lives. And I've seen them get everything back and be better than ever, so that's amazing. Like, I can only hope that I would have that much strength, so I'm so proud of Brandi that she's in recovery right now. I'm so happy for her that she's in recovery, and the relationship between her and her children have, obviously, from what Blue has said, have gotten so much better.
Yeah.
And that has to be the positive in this negative, There's a reason alcohol is called spirits. I agree with that, Starflower. I agree with that. And hi, Starflower, by the way. Hello. God knows long before we do why he allows certain things. Maybe Monkey's purpose was to save his mother. Right. And just like with Summer, I believe Summer's job was to save her brothers. In that cycle of abuse, in that cycle of sexual abuse, in that, the whole cycle of everything that those boys were born into, Summer saved them from that. And Monkey saved his mommy. Oh my goodness. All right. Whew. Quit it. Okay, wait. Jemima, the guy was a regular at my grandparents' restaurant. Her and friends had been drinking and were walking home. Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to blow my nose. He was at a red light and called her to his car and pulled her in and drove away. And police knocked on his door and he didn't answer, so they left? Oh my gosh. Sarah, have you ever told have you made a video about that case? Okay. Sorry. I had to mute. I had to blow. I couldn't keep sniffing. I'm sorry. I hate that when people do that. Because I wear earbuds and I hate hearing people snotting in your ear or eating, mouth noises. I struggle with that. So I apologize if I offended anybody with my sniffles. Sniffles. That's right. And Aussie, everything happens for a reason, even if we don't see it all and understand, right? Right. Oh. They seen some of her clothing and called police to come back. He finally answered his door and police found the rest of her clothing at his house, but she wasn't there. Holy moly. Sarah, I want to know the whole story. You need to make a video if you haven't. Oh, Brandi. I have struggled with alcohol since I was 14. I fought for a very long time to not drink heavily. Honestly, Blue was right. The day they dug that yard was the day I gave in. Well, thank God you did. I can't tell you how proud I am of you. I always said, I'm going to lose my shit again. I have always said that when I heard about Monkey, that I had, my heart went out to you. I don't know why, but my heart just broke. My daughter had my granddaughter, and she had taken her to visit her father when my granddaughter was 2 months old, and they were gone for a week. And when she would FaceTime me, I couldn't even look at my grandbaby. She would turn the phone around so my grandbaby would see me. And every time she would smile and I would lose my shit. And I just wanted her home because I wanted to hold her. I wanted to kiss her. And that's the only thing that I can half-ass relate to your situation. And I know how bad my hurt just in that 1 week. So I can't imagine the ups and downs and roller coasters that you have been through and your family has been through. And to hear your daughter talk like a grown-ass woman and share that information. And to know how courageous you both have been through all of this. And I know that there's been weak moments. I'm sure that you've, wanted to do illegal things to people. I have, and I'm not even in the situation. So I'm sure that you've had a whole roller coaster of extremes that you've never felt before. July 27th, 2021. But look at you today. Look at where you are today, your strength and your courage. And I can't explain how admirable it is. And I don't do this. Good night, Kelly Dime. Thank you so much for coming out. He brought law enforcement to where he left her naked in a ditch. Naked and below 0 temperatures. They thought she was dead, but she wiggled her toe. Oh, Sarah. Oh, my goodness. That's right. You are so strong and so brave. And thank you, Witchy Mama. It's just, I try to detach my emotions from stuff like this because, I cover cases. Like, that's what I do. And there's a lot of cases that I cover. And I try not to be human when I'm talking about a case. I try to look at as a factual thing or, an intuitive thing or, I try to just see the case for the case. And so there's only a couple cases, like I said before, there's only a couple cases that my heart has gotten sucked right in, and I can't control it. I'm in recovery and will be for the rest of my life. I owe my beautiful angels the world, and the only way is to stay sober and be here for them as long as I have left. Oh, Brandi. And I know how grateful they are that you've chosen that. You've chosen them. And that's something to be so proud of. And the saying, you never know how strong you are until you have to be. Perfect example. And thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts and what you've gone through with us. I appreciate that. Well, Witchy Mama, it's not... So the way when I first started covering true crime, it was back in 2020. And, I made this channel to do like paranormal stuff. I had my art channel and I wanted to do paranormal also. And so I decided to make a second channel. And then I saw the West Boys. And it was like immediately my channel took a whole different direction. And I decided I wanted to learn about the case. I wanted to know what was going on in their case. And so I immediately got sucked in. And my heart got so involved with these innocent babies that were 3 and 4 years old that I had never met in my entire life. And I was like, this is weird. I don't know these kids, but I felt so awful because it was like they had nobody. They were adopted. Their birth mother ultimately she had failed them. She had to get them back. CPS allegedly stole them, over marijuana that she had a medical card for or something. It was just a long story. And I was like, these boys had nobody. And then there was another child case and another child case. And I was like, I can't keep covering these children's cases. My heart can't handle it. I can't do that. Hi, Samantha. My heart can't handle covering these children's cases like this. So I've got to figure out how to put a wall up. I've got to protect my heart some way, somehow. Law enforcement has to do it. What law enforcement goes through and what they hear, and the victim advocates, and, they hear the victim stories, and, somehow they manage. So I need to figure out how they do that. Or I'm not going to be able to have this channel. I'm not going to be able to cover true crime and do justice for these victims that I want to discuss, that I want to learn about, that I want to share, the over. And so, I was determined to make it happen some way, somehow. And so I feel like I've done a decent job of it. I've covered several cases. And like I said, there's only a handful that have just stolen my heart. And Monkey's one of them. Thank you for allowing us to speak of your beautiful Michael. That's right, Sarah. That's exactly. The Cal City boys were never found. It's a nobody case with 2 convictions. 2. There were 2 charges against 2 different people on circumstantial evidence. Trezell and Jacqueline West are both doing 15 to life in a California prison right now. And Orrin and Orson West are still missing, also known as Sincere and Classic. And it was all circumstantial. See, I have the drawings that I've done of the cases that I've felt very connected to, and Orrin and Orson West were the first 2. And that's Sincere on the left, or Orrin. He was 4. And on the right, that's Classic, or Orson West, and he was 3. And they're still missing. And then we have Summer Wells, 5-year-old Summer Wells from Rogersville, Tennessee, who is also still missing. And this, honestly, like, this was a huge honor. This is Roro. And this is one of the biological father's cousins. She was the main advocate for these boys. She helped plan events, birthday parties, awareness events, protests. And that's my drawing that was put on t-shirts, which the biological also, he had a blue one on. They put my drawing on the birthday cake and the birthday balloons for one of the birthday parties. And they had no idea who drew it. And when I saw her up on panel with that shirt on, I was like, hey, that's my drawing. And she was like, we had no idea it was floating around on Facebook. And I was like, well, I shared it on YouTube. So that was an honor. And then we also have May Maletti. Her husband, Larry, is currently awaiting trial for her murder, and she's never been found either. Oh, that's awesome, Sarah. Right, isn't it? It feels like an honor, to know that it was good enough that they wanted it put on t-shirts and balloons and a cake and, like that. Oh my goodness, my heart exploded when I saw that. Oh, goodness. My StreamYard is not wanting to work. Come on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wolfie. It's not wanting to take the picture off the screen. Take it off the screen, darn it. There it goes. Oh my goodness. I think it's because I have too many tabs open, probably. All right, so let me get back over here. Where are we? We're at almost 5 hours, you guys. Almost 5 hours. Now, what? Tammy, are you still here?
Yes.
What time did Cher move her stream to?
Tomorrow night at 9.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow night. All right. I was just trying to decide if I wanted to play any more of this interview with Misty or not, or if we should end it here, because I want to keep it under 6 hours. That's usually what I do. So that way, if I need to edit the live stream for any reason, it can be. So we have less than an hour to keep it under 6 hours. Would you be willing to go another half hour, 45 minutes? Chat, what do you guys think?
Sure, if you want to.
Think you can do it? I know you got up early and didn't have much sleep last night, so
I'm good.
you party animal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And chat, you guys down for another half hour, minutes of Miss Misty Miller? Can we handle any more? Oh my goodness. Same, Jemima. Same. Man. I mean, the struggles that God gives you, you know, it's like, I don't know. Thank you, C-Star. I made a few of their fun flyers too. Oh, that's awesome. I'm sure that I've probably seen a lot of your stuff then, Sarah. I'm surprised that we haven't crossed paths more than what we have because, you know, I covered the West Boys case. That was the first case that I ever covered on this channel. So, like, I was all over. White on rice. Is that still politically correct to say? No. I think you are called to be part of the story with your beautiful artistic talent. Your work should be in galleries. Oh, Wolfie, that's so sweet. That's too sweet. Stop that. That's awesome. I was there for a year in a row. Oh, Callie, that's awesome. She is. Like, she would be somebody I would want on my side, you know? Same with Brandi. Like, if I needed a voice for something, Brandi would be one that I would want. Roro would be one that I want. You know, like, there's certain people that I would want by my side, you know, if something was going on where I needed a voice for something. They both have just stepped up to the top notch, you know, to the badass level. Okay. On a roll, keep going. Sure? You betcha? All right. We'll keep going then. Yes, there's quite a few that are no body cases too. There's there were a couple that well, they started with Barry Morphew and Suzanne Morphew. That was actually Suzanne and Barry were born and lived 20 minutes away from me until they moved to Colorado. And I actually did live streams where I went to Suzanne's childhood home and went to the high school where they met, went to the baseball where Barry's name is on the wall of shame now. And unfortunately, they ended up in a case against him. And then fortunately, they ended up Suzanne's remains, unfortunately, but fortunately, you know, but nothing else since. So, oh, my husband fell asleep, so I'm good for another hour at least. Awesome sauce. Right. All right. Exactly, Wolfie. Exactly. I guarantee we have. I was making potato salad and crying. Oh, the onions must be really strong. Oh, you'll have to explain it to him. Oh, witchy mama. It would be my honor. God forbid. I would not wish that upon anybody. But girl, you need me to be your voice for anything, you just let me know. I will do everything in my power. Thank you, C-Star. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your evening, night, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. And thank you so much for coming in and going through this roller coaster with us this evening. Thank you so much. Washing dishes and listening. Got the dish pan hands going on. Yes, at least they've been brought home. Yep. All right. Okay. You ready, Tammy?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm going to go back 30 seconds here so we can hear the last 30 seconds. They're talking about, the essay that we just listened to, and we're going to let it roll.
I really loved your poem, your essay. And that hit Brandon in the spot too, because he cried after that.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad he's like showing some stuff. I know he was a little bit nervous even coming up on the live, but I really appreciated that he let Blue, like, because I asked him if it was okay if she read that, and he said, yeah, and then he spoke afterwards and stuff. So yeah, that's nice to know that he was like showing some feelings after hearing that. That's a good sign. Question here, has Brandon been visited by LE since they visited you?
I have no idea. I haven't been around him since he got taken to go snowmobiling. We have only talked. And like I said, our relationship is on a bumpy road because of our babies. I just miscarried.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were on the phone and he didn't say, hey, law enforcement visited me today? Like, you would think that would be an important detail that he would share with his significant other, right?
Yeah. That's why I said when they asked her where he was at, she told them.
Right.
So she had to have known they were going to contact him.
Right.
It's got to be a point of conversation.
That just doesn't make any sense. And then she goes straight to, well, we've had a rocky road because of the babies. I just miscarried.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't like when people do that, when they go for the sympathy, when they're trying to give an answer, instead of just saying, no, he didn't mention anything about it, so I'm not for sure. Or if they did, he didn't tell me.
Yeah.
It was that whole big long line there. And I love me some Slim Hoffa. Slim was one of the go-to channels during the West Boys case, that she always had the good clips. And even now, she has all of the documentation that was recently FOIA'd. I tried to FOIA that information, and I needed more information, and so I emailed them back again. I need to check that and see if they've emailed me back or not, because I know Slim shared it and had the AI read it and stuff, but I wanted to review that information on a live stream too. Right, Wolfie? I think that, right, she's not being truthful. She's covering for some reason. What's the reason? What do you think she's covering? What do you think the reason is that she's covering up this information, Tammy? Like, does that make sense? Why do you think she's not being honest right now?
Why she's not being honest about not knowing where he's at, or not knowing if the cops talked to him?
Yeah, both.
Well, I think she's just, well, as far as law enforcement, I don't think he has to know that she talked to them, because they came to her house. So he has to know that she told them where he was at. But the only reason I could think of that she is skirting around the information is she don't want the other, like there's one left that's not in jail, right? What's his name?
Adrien.
Yeah. She doesn't want him to know that she's told where he's at, because Brandon could implicate him.
Oh, well, that's true.
They're the only two that's out. The other two are, I mean, they can't bother him. They're in jail.
Right.
They can't get to him, so he can't be hiding from them. He could be hiding from the other one.
Yeah.
But
I can see that.
I think there may be things that she has done that Brandon knows, and she's just not willing to tell on him because she don't want him tattling on her. And it may not be nothing to do with this case. It may be something totally different that she's done. You know what I mean? They always have something on each other.
Right.
That's how they keep each other doing what they want each other to do.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't know why she would get on here and say, well, I told the cop, the cops came to see me to see where he was at. Because she told them.
Right.
So I don't know why she's implicating that she told them, but then skirting around she should just say, I told him where he was at. And what happened after that, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what I doing all this circle shit and like talking circles and just being, here's your answer.
Right. But he's going to call her if she tells where he's at. He's going to call her after law enforcement's called him. I mean, he's going to say, why did you tell me where was that? So.
Right. And that makes me think law enforcement has contacted Brandon and he's avoiding them. And that's why she said, I don't know. I don't know if law enforcement has found him or not, or talked to him or not. I don't know. We haven't been talking because, I just had a miscarriage. So.
That's the reason not to talk. That should be every reason to talk.
Well, their relationship has been rocky because she's just had a miscarriage.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that has nothing to do with it.
No. I agree. Emma said he was probably hiding in Misty's crawl space when law enforcement called. He seems to be obsessed with crawl spaces. Well, then.
It's just crazy how she would. It's just kind of confusing because why tell people, why come out and say, hey, law enforcement came to see me to give him a plea deal, and then skirt around the answers, the questions. You've already let the cat out of the bag. I mean, if you don't want anybody to know anything about it, or you didn't want Brandon to know that law enforcement came to see you, why even come out and talk about it?
Yep.
So you either want attention or
ding, ding, ding.
You want something from it. You're hoping you'll get some type of reward or recognition or something from it. I mean, why would you come out and tell people if you're worried about it, him knowing that you said it? Why would you go on YouTube and say, hey, guess what? Law enforcement came and asked me where he's at. You wouldn't get on there if you were worried about it.
Right.
YouTube's the last place you want to go. Because it's forever.
Exactly.
It's forever. So, I mean, I don't think she knows.
Detroit, I'm not for sure where he was. I think he was at Miss when he came on panel, because that was a month ago. It was February 24th when he was on Sam's panel. So I think that, he was still there. I don't know when he left. Did she say when he had left for the 2-day trip that he hasn't returned from? Did I miss that or forget that or just, I guess, block it out?
I don't remember hearing. I remember her saying he left and went on a trip, but then couldn't get back, right? They wouldn't bring him back, or he couldn't get a ride back or something.
Right. He went with Eric to go on a snowmobile trip, and he was only supposed to be gone 2 days, and he didn't have a ride home, but he's working.
How did he have a ride there but not have one home?
Well, they said something about Eric not giving him a ride back.
Okay.
I forget the exact details because that was earlier on, so I forget the exact details from that. And I'm not taking notes on this piece that we're trying to work through right now. So, hi, Tar Heel. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Right. And she had to have, well, she said that he cried. He broke down after that reading of the blue. So, yeah, so he had to have been there. That's true, Starflower. Maybe he's hiding from her, too. That might be why they aren't doing well, because she needs his support after a miscarriage. That is very true.
Well, didn't she say before the letter was read that she hadn't talked to him in a while?
Well, when she was asked, when was the last time you talked to Brandon, she said today. But then to talk to somebody in chat, then she said, well, we talked, but we haven't really been talking because the relationship has been rocky because of the miscarriage.
So she had to have been talking to him after the essay was read. She had to.
Oh, well, that,
him
yeah. Okay. So Sam's still here. She dried her hands off so she could type in chat. He left abruptly on February 26th. So it was only 2 days after the live stream that she did with him. And I don't think she knows where he is or has talked to him much since he left. So see, she said that when you asked, when was the last time you talked to Brandon? She said today. But then she tried to respond to somebody in chat. And so then you asked her again, and she said, well, we've talked, but not really. And then when you asked if he had said law enforcement had talked to him, well, we don't really talk. You know, our relationship has been rocky since the miscarriage. I don't believe either. I don't believe it had anything to do with that white shit that falls from the sky. I mean, you can call a lot of things that S word that I don't like to say, but yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with a snowmobile or skiing or any of that. She'd burn his world down if he was hiding, but they were together to see him break down. Well, Wolfie, so Sam is saying yes, that he was still there. So he did the live stream with Samantha on February 24th. And then she said he left abruptly on the 26th. So just 2 days later. And that was to go on this trip, allegedly. I think it's BS too, Kelly. I'm not buying what she's trying to sell us. A whole lot of it. I'm not buying it. Right, and now she says that he's working. Right. It doesn't make sense. I think she's full of shit.
I think she's making it up as she goes.
Yep. With a little truth and
yeah.
most, and what she's saying, but
Yeah.
the truth is covered in lies.
Yep.
All right, let's play a little bit more here. Let's see. Yeah, Tar Heel, that's what she's saying. She miscarried without him there, and he's still not back. So if he left on the 26th for a 2-day trip, sounds like Gilligan's Island.
All right.
A 3-hour tour turned into season after season after season. When he first left, no one could get a hold of him. He had his phone for a week. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how that worked. I wonder if he just said, okay, well, I'm out of here. Or if they got into a fight and that's why he left. Or if Eric just came and was like, hey, bud, you want to go for a ride? And he was like, sure. Just like she did with the guy with the teardrop tattoo on his face. Let's go for a ride. Okay. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of the pain he caused another. The worst thing I wish on others is they meet themselves in someone else. Oh, witchy mama, that's good. Yep. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Sam, do we have any proof that she was pregnant? Just because I know that that's been up for debate if that's an honest thing or not. Like, has she ever shown you anything from a doctor or any type of ultrasound? Like, how did she know that she was having twins? Yep, because he messed up on that interview. Okay, wait. I watched that interview live, and I haven't watched it a second time. Which part did he mess up on?
The whole thing.
Right? Saying, yeah, I'll join your panel.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Wolfie? And that's why I say, like, I wonder if he has shown any proof of her pregnancy, just because I mean, I guess it doesn't matter to me one way or the other, but I know a lot of people have questioned, is she being honest about that? Tar Heel said it right there. Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. I have a clip for that.
Mercy.
See? Mercy.
Mercy.
Whoo, buddy. That was a law enforcement officer that had just arrested this woman.
Stop. Sorry.
I won't play all of 20 seconds long. And yes, that was her really crying in real time. So that's why he ended.
Mercy.
With that. I love body cam footage. Oh my goodness. Right? Very fitting. Very fitting. All right. You ready to roll, Tammy?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Kelly wants to know, has anyone in Idaho said any rumors or anything to you regarding Michael's abduction?
All I know is, well, you kind of know, Samantha. The only person that I got into a really big argument about today was that one chick. And that's all I heard.
Right. She has had several different people. We're not going to put out any names. So she has had several people messaging her, trying to contact her, trying to contact Brandon, trying to, some of them are creators, some of them are not creators from YouTube.
Lay down, Bear.
Some of them are psychics and this and that, and she's really just trying to avoid any of that because she doesn't want to keep talking with a bunch of people. She just wanted to, she's been talking with me and she trusts me and she knows that I'm not gonna put out a bunch of rumors or misinformation about anything that she's told me or whatnot. So she's just weary about who she is talking to, and she got into a big argument with somebody today that was trying to get a hold of her because they won't leave her alone. And this is somebody that has nonstop, that from what I understand and what I have heard, that's also harassed Brandi before in the past too. And now they're trying to contact Misty. And I'm assuming today, because they saw the thumbnail, that Misty was going to come up here live. But, and for anybody in the back, just going to say it was not Brooks. Okay. It was not Brooks from Crime Line.
No, it was not Brooks.
Right. So I want to clear that up because I don't want any rumors being started.
Rumors are bad.
Yeah, and they heard a child's voice. So let me see if there's any more questions. Here's KB. Do you watch his interviews? Do you watch Brandon's interviews?
I do, and I watch Stacey's, and I watch Sarah's, and I watch everyone's.
Okay, and let's see. Just looking for questions. I appreciate you being and keep talking and answering questions. That's awesome. I know a lot of people have been asking me ever since the recording went out. They've can you get Misty up on a live? We know you talked to her, and yeah, permission to talk about certain information that you already knew. Perfect opportunity to ask you to come up here. So everybody just really
I know a lot.
Yeah,
I do know a lot, to be honest, and it's not bad that I know, but I also know a lot of stuff that's going on, and it's head warming, especially what's going on with my home life.
Right. Well, and you're going to be getting surgery soon done on your neck.
Oh yeah,
and
on my neck.
That are all messed up.
Okay, she knows a lot about the case, but what is there to know?
Yeah.
And if she has watched everybody's interviews, meaning she's watched both of Brandon's interviews, she's watched Stacey's interviews, then she knows the stuff that has been put out. Man.
Which means she might know what to say.
Right. It helps her be a bigger bullshitter, in my opinion, allegedly.
Mm-hmm. And that tells you she knows how YouTube works.
Exactly.
She was pretending a while ago she didn't know how YouTube worked.
Great point.
So if she's watching all these interviews, she knows how YouTube works.
Yeah. When she spoke previously, she mentioned a rumor that she had heard about what had happened to Michael. That's the rumor I was talking about. You mean the rumor that Stacey had told her about Adrien? Welcome back, Chris. I'm glad you're feeling better. That's true, Wolfie. That's true. Ultrasound pictures are easy to fake, unfortunately. Yeah, that one. Okay. A lot that she couldn't talk about. So there's stuff that isn't public. Samantha, is that what she means, or what you mean? All right, we'll play a little bit more here. Talking about her surgery. She has to have neck surgery soon. And I hope that goes well. I hope she gets it done soon, and I hope that it makes everything back to, where she can eat properly. And, I pray for speedy recovery and no issues and all of those good things, even though I think she's a witch. I still wouldn't wish bad upon her, so I hope that goes well. She almost slipped a couple times. Yep, I do recall that.
Here's a question by Bish, please. She wants to know, how does Misty feel about Sarah?
I never met the chick, but from what I heard, I don't like her because I have heard in the grapevine from another person, by the way, not Brandon, but that she had from her ex-husband, she has had dreams about fantasies about doing. Sounds like what has happened in the duct tape situation and stuff like that. That's like, it disgusts me. Me about her.
Yeah.
But they belong together.
Purple put up in chat that it has been 1,355 days since Michael's abduction.
That's really super.
So that means today has been 1,356 days.
Mm-hmm.
The Monkey's family has been without their baby. Brandon has had 1,355 days to go speak with law enforcement. Yeah, Wolfie, next surgery, I wouldn't wish bad upon anybody. Like I said, neck and back, anything with your vertebrae, that's scary stuff. Well, Chris, you and I have spoken about that, and I wish that you would find a professional to speak with, because you shouldn't have to go through that. Okay.
Too sad.
It really is. It really is. He was only 5 years old when he was abducted. And somebody else earlier said, do you know that by Brandon's own admission that he was with Sarah and Stacey the day that Michael was abducted?
So I do, from what he told me, he was, but he told me he left.
That he
went
left?
up to his mom's. Yeah, he left and he went up to his mom's alone, away from Sarah and Stacey. Like I said, they were starting to bump heads because of Stacey and Sarah.
Did he say that was the night that Michael did?
No, he did say that he did leave quite a bit. He was there, but he wasn't there. He was, but he wasn't, like how he does nowadays too.
Did he talk to you or say anything? I know this is something you and I have never spoken about, but because you were just saying that he went to Kuna to get away, did he talk to you at all about going to tow back his car from Kuna that night that Michael was abducted with Sarah and Stacey?
Yeah. So he told me what everything that you know now, I know. Samantha, okay. What did he tell you about that night? He told you, yes, they did, but kid involved.
Right.
That he
well, I
knows.
was just when you said that he
I
went
met
to
Michael.
Kuna, yeah, when you said that Kuna by himself. That's why I'm asking that question about the tow thing. Do you know what night it was that he's saying he went back to Kuna by himself?
So I do in his timings.
Mandy might have. I think Mandy fell off. She'll be right back.
Seriously?
Are you back?
I'm back. Dang it.
It took everything out?
It took everything out.
Yeah.
So the last thing she said was he has a thinking chair.
He has a thinking chair or she has one?
He has one.
Okay.
I'm going to rewind it because that whole part about him leaving and then yeah. Okay, let me go back. He has a thinking chair.
Good night, Chris.
Never in my life. Good night, Chris.
Yeah, a thinking chair. Does he have a dunce cap to go with it?
Right? Thank you. Does he have his blankie and his pillow and his stuffed teddy bear too?
Sarah, could be an electric chair, right?
It will be if he doesn't take this plea.
They said, well, they're by the way they talk on here, that he turned it down already.
Yeah, well, I hope he didn't. Okay. Back a little bit here. So let's listen to this again. And I want to re-listen to this part where she's talking about him. This part right here.
Said, do you know that by Brandon's own admission that he was with Sarah and Stacey the day abducted?
So I do, from what he told me, he was there, but he told me he left.
That
He went up to his mom's. Yeah, he left and he went up to his mom's alone to get away from Sarah and Stacey. Like I said, they were starting to bump heads because of Stacey and Sarah.
Did he say that that was the night that Michael was abducted?
No, he did say that he did leave quite a bit. He wasn't really, he was there, but he wasn't there. He was, but he wasn't, like how he does nowadays, too.
Did he talk?
Oh, there it goes again. There goes Mandy again. She'll be back. Keeps booting her off. It must be people might be getting on and causing her to knock her off. I don't think she's getting any weather. I think it's just could be just her Wi-Fi. Oh my God, booted again. Yeah. Your Wi-Fi is saying it's tired. I thought they meant on the toilet. Oh. Thinking on the toilet, sitting on the toilet and thinking. I don't know that he could do those. Which, yeah, I don't know that he could do both of those at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. And then sometimes it takes forever to get back on there. Now that we have fiber broadband, ours is really good. I usually don't have any issues. I used to, though. I used to have all kinds of issues. Oh, it's StreamYard? Well, there's that. There's a lot of people trying to get on StreamYard. Yeah, she's kind of everywhere. I mean, she kind of like, she wants you to know that it's like that person that likes to say, I know something you don't know, but then they don't tell you anything you don't know. And then you ask them questions and they don't want to tell you anything, but they know something you don't know. It's, and then they want you to show them some type of recognition for the little bit they do tell you. Because she was like, well, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have got Brandon up. I mean, she said that, she wants to be recognized for getting him to get on there and do an interview. She likes to be recognized for what she done. Reminds you of Stacey, yeah. Yeah. And she's kind of inserting herself of importance in the case, which I don't know, maybe she might be, but she doesn't look like I mean, her information is scattered. I mean, she says one thing and then it's at the end of the interview. I'm sure Samantha was like, wow, I just sat through my brain is tired after sitting through that. You're right. She better be. I wouldn't insert myself anywhere into an investigation, especially if I don't know anything about it. We get on here and do our YouTube things, but we know, we're basing it on like Summer's case. I'm basing it on the interviews that Don did with Cher. And I know that that's real information and true information, but when you start inserting yourself like this, making people think you're more important than you are, then it usually turns out in not your favor. I still want to know if he left that night because he was sick of them and went back to Kuna. Left Stacey and him? Yeah. Yeah. I would want to give if I was innocent and didn't have anything to do with it, I would want to give all the information I could to law enforcement to help them find him. Even if it seemed like it was nothing, it could be something. And then I could move on once I'd helped them as much as I could and I wasn't involved, and I could move on, to my life, but he doesn't seem to want to help. Maybe she's trying to be a distraction. Maybe she just wants. Oh, you're back. Maybe
that was ridiculous.
Maybe she's trying to be a distraction. Because there's not enough distractions in cases. People have to add distractions in.
I mean, criminals know how to play the system.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me get this. Hold back up. My goodness. I just wanted to hear that one last part again, at least, before we wrap this up. And it was so weird. It was like everything else was running. You know, I have my live stream pulled up on my big screen so that I can see the chat. And then on my main screen is where I had StreamYard. And StreamYard was the only thing that wouldn't open.
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Well, bless you.
When you switched from YouTube back to StreamYard, it wouldn't do anything?
No, like YouTube was still playing just fine, but StreamYard booted me off and put the box up that says try again. And so, you know, click on that. Yeah. And when I did, then it went to a white page and said that it wouldn't load, and it had the option to reload. Well, anytime it does that, I know I'm screwed.
Yeah.
So I had to shut everything down and restart my laptop.
Remake the brain think.
Yep. But everything else was still rolling, you know, like the interview was still rolling, and the live stream, like I have my own live stream pulled up on my monitor that I have attached to my laptop so that I can see chat better. And that was going just fine. But StreamYard was like laughing at me.
Like, yeah, watch this.
Right. It was like that giggle. Hee.
Sarah, she was trying too hard to convince everyone how good and innocent he is, and that he's going to talk, and don't worry, it's looking good for him. That's what I was saying earlier. Remember, Mandy, I was saying that she was trying to portray him in this great light, you know, like he's this good person, and he would never do that. And that's one of the things they like to do, is try to make, you know, build their character up, make them look better than they are. That's exactly what I was saying earlier, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you for agreeing with me, Sarah.
Yep. Hi, Trishy. How are you doing?
Yeah.
All right. I have to put everything back on
Trishy.
here.
That's like Dawn, you know what you're saying, Callie? Sarah saying Brandon is good and Stacey's the bad one. Well, Don Wells is like that. Everybody around him is bad. He's the good one.
Yep. Oh, snap. That's not, come on. Work with me here.
They get no good hands. They're all bad and you know, ruggies.
All right, here we go. Let me share my screen now. Again. Please make sure that you smooch the thumbs up. Thank you, Eve. Yeah, always the victim. Boo-hoo. Troy, exactly. Especially being a mother herself, knowing what heartache that Brandi and her family are going through. I couldn't live with myself either. I couldn't sit there and make excuses for this guy that I barely know.
Yeah. They ain't even known him 6 months.
Right. I mean, there's a certain point where you got to step back and be like, okay, we have argued nonstop because I want him to go talk to law enforcement, but he doesn't want to. And he keeps arguing with me, putting it off, flipping things on me. He just up and leaves 2 days after he does this interview on YouTube about this case. I mean, like, how many flags do you need to hit you in your forehead before it finally is like, oh.
If that's really how it is, if he really does argue with her, she could just be telling us that.
That's true.
She may be saying, I don't blame you. I wouldn't go either. I mean, you don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that she is saying that. I'm just saying she may be supporting him not wanting to go.
Right.
And just telling us that she argues with him. I mean, then again, she may truly be telling him to go.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Well, can't say either way, but.
Right. I think this calls for a little internet break for just 23 seconds. This is for you, Misty. See the big flags? I don't know how much more blunt we can be, okay? I mean, breaking out the crayons to draw a picture here.
Mm-hmm.
Pay attention.
The fat crayons, not the little ones.
That's right. That's right. Love that dude. I have to go get his channel link because I clipped just him running around with the flag from multiple different videos and compiled them. I made 3 different videos. I have one that he sings tiptoe through the window. And then there's the one that says, let me see, what's the other one say? Follow the law, pal. And then the one that I just played, I think that was the OJ one, right? That's where OJ said, ha. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And that guy is so good. I like his channel. I like his shorts a lot. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Trishy. That's right. Denial, man, that's an evil thing. You know, denial can make you so foolish and naive looking, and it's not a good thing to All right. I rewound a little bit. So I'm trying to get to this. He has a thinking chair. So we're going to try again. I'm going to hit play, and we're going to see if it lets me stay on panel this time. Yeah, he's great with those red flags. But I had to make him pink because this is the squad, okay?
But he wasn't, like how he does nowadays too.
Did he talk to you or say anything? I know this is something you and I have never spoken about, but because you were just saying that he went to Kuna to get away, did he talk to you at all about going to tow back his car from Kuna that night that Michael was abducted with Sarah and Stacey?
Yeah, so he told me what he did, everything that you know now. I know, Samantha. Okay. What did he tell you about that night? He told you yes, they did, but there was no kid involved.
Right.
That he
well, I
knows.
was just when you said that he
I
went
meant
to
Michael.
Kuna, yeah, when you said that he went to Kuna by himself, that's why I'm asking that question about the tow thing. Do you know what night it was that he's saying he went back to Kuna by himself?
So I do know with Brandon and his timings, because so much has happened and like this has put a mind through him, and like think about what that day happened.
Right.
And that's before he talked to you.
Okay.
Because that was
okay. So she still didn't. I'm still not getting it.
I thought she got booted off again for a second. Uh-oh, I think she did. I think she did. Fighting with the cat. It keeps laying over here on my computer. That's what she said. And yes, she knew that I knew things, but others didn't. That's what she was there for. And yes, she knew that I knew. Yeah. Yeah. There she goes again. Yeah. She'll be back. Well, I noticed what she said. If we can listen to it again. She said that kid, and then she corrected herself. She said, I mean Michael. So that's kind of weird that she would catch herself and then go back and say, call him by his name. When she said that kid. And then she corrected herself and went back. Oh, you did it that time? Oh my goodness.
No, I didn't do it. I got booted again.
I thought the way it said I did. I thought you meant I did it is what, but you meant I did get booted. Yeah. I'm just getting tired. That's all.
It was when I paused the
video.
I paused the video, and then I went back because I was like, I said, which you didn't hear me because it was in the process of kicking me off.
Yeah.
I said, she never answered the question about him leaving to go to his mom's.
Well, you said that and then you were gone. I did hear part of that.
Oh, okay.
Part of the question.
Okay, so right. So I rewound it, and then so I didn't think that part, that I thought it cut me off when I was talking, which it might have. But that's what I was saying was she didn't answer. Which again, talking in circles around the question, why not just give the flipping answer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So I have to go back again. Okay, right here. And let's see if we can do this one more time. If I get booted again, then I'm going to come back up and we're just going to end it. And we'll start here on part 3 because it's already late enough and I have been booted enough.
Yeah.
And StreamYard, there's a circle spinning around the duck up on the tab where it says StreamYard Studio. I have a blue circle spinning right now.
Oh. Well, I'm surprised it's not kicking me off.
It's just...
If it's not working right.
It's just me. Actually, you know what? We're at 5 hours and 53 minutes and 43 seconds already.
Yeah.
Holy
edit. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Mm-hmm.
How did that happen? Okay, so we'll play that at the beginning of part 3 then with a fresh mind and try to figure out her circle talk.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It is. It's a lot to unpack. Absolutely. I'm afraid to pin your guys' comments because I'm afraid I'm going to get booted again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will jump down so you can say goodnight.
Well, thank you for coming up. Thank you
ma'am.
so much.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
hanging. I appreciate you. You guys make sure you're subscribed to Tammy's channels, both of them. Tell us how close you are on your channels.
I think I have 326 subscribers on my true crime. And I think 881 on my looking glass.
So less than 120 subscribers away from the big 1K on the Tarot channel.
Yep.
And a little over 100 and something to 500 on the new channel, the brand spanking new channel that she has been rolling on SummerWell's Case.
Yep.
Every week.
Yep. And neither one's monetized, so.
That's right. That's right.
Yep.
So I have that too.
But I will jump down so you can say goodnight.
Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend. I will see you later.
Love you bunches.
Love you bunches. Bye-bye.
Bye. That's okay, Trishy. That's okay. You can watch the replay. This one and last night's live stream have both been fantabulous. Seriously, last night it was an honor for Samantha to come up on the panel and talk with Tammy and I and share a bunch of information. It was a great conversation. I'm definitely looking forward to the next one. And then tonight has been amazing having Tammy up here and trying to understand this convoluted interview. I don't know how Samantha did it, but she did a fantastic job because I can't comprehend it, and I'm listening to it and rewinding it and trying again. So I hope you all do not have a headache. My brain is like mush right now. So yeah. Right? Why? It's like, how many times can we watch it? It's still not going to make sense, you know? As much as we try to make it make sense. You know, like I said, I like to try to solve puzzles. For some reason, these two people, Brandon and Misty, are a puzzle that I've never tried to solve before, I guess. I don't know. Holy shit. Oh, all right. All right. Well, thank you so much for every one of you being here tonight. Please make sure that you smooch the thumbs up. Thank you so very much for spending your time here. You could have been anywhere else, doing anything else, and you were right here with us. Tammy and I are so grateful. Thank you. Please continue to share Monkey's flyer, please. I'm going to put it in the chat again. I'm going to have Nightbot work and drop the link. And Trishy, that's very possible. That's very possible. I wouldn't be surprised. There were quite a few times in there that the words were slurred, right? All right, I'm going to play the outro. Thank you guys so much. And we will have part 3 very soon. And then Friday night, we will have SummerWell's Timeline part 5. So make sure that you are here for that also. And somewhere in between there, we're going to be on Tammy's True Crime channel going over SummerWell's case also. So, and then tomorrow night at Shares, make sure that you're subscribed to Share and be there or be square, okay? Thank you guys so very much. And here's the outro. Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time we don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.